I was about to say mud vein, but that's not what it's called. Mary Jane. Mud vein. Definitely gonna need better lighting. Okay, so here is round one. I'm gonna have to probably do this video all in the same video, but I'm gonna have to lay out all my palettes in 3 different parts because I have so many. So here is part 1. The second part will be a bunch of other like random brands like this too. And then the final part within this video will be all of my like luxury, like my Pat McGrath and Natasha Denona. That'll be the final section that I'm gonna declutter, but it's all gonna be in the same video. So I've just spent the last 20 minutes laying out all these palettes. Let's go ahead and get started. I'm gonna go ahead and insert a clip of the overview for fun. Here's the first pile. Let's go ahead and declutter some palettes. Now, I want to start off by saying I'm going to try to declutter as many palettes as I can possibly get myself to let go of. I really need to downsize my collection. I'm not going to have the same kind of storage abilities that I've had for the last 10 years anymore. And so I just want to take up a lot less space with my collection. So let's see how many of these palettes I can get rid of. And to be honest with you, I don't really know what all I'm going to do with these palettes yet. I might sell some of them. I might donate them. I might give them to friends. I don't really know. Comment down below and let me know your thoughts on any of these palettes that you have in your collection. If you're shocked about the ones that I'm keeping or letting go of, I'd be curious to hear your thought process on my declutter as well. So share that down below in the comments. All that being said, don't forget to give this video a like. It really does help my small channel out. Subscribe for more beauty content, and let's go ahead and get into it. Okay, got my coffee in hand and I am ready to jump into this section of my palette collection. So I have about, I tried to count a couple of times and I lost track, but I have about 130, maybe 135 palettes here, something like that. So I'm just going to go ahead and start to go through one by one. All right. I know I'm going to run out of space. Hold on. I'm going to try to use this little box here. I know I'm going to run out of space, but we're going to just start off with at least this. Dude, I don't know how people film these like massive declutter videos. Like it takes serious dedication to want to do this because like I'm already over it. I haven't even gotten into it, okay? All right, I'm going to do this now. Have my glasses on so that I can read the names. So in this section here, I'm going to go ahead and start on this edge here and then just kind of snake my way up and down through the rows until we get all the way over there and then back around. So let's just see how this goes. All right. I'm going to start off here with the Glamlight Michaela palette. This is what my palette looks like. I used it one time. I do know people really liked the shimmers. I wasn't really impressed with the mattes at all, and I'm really a mattes girly. You're going to hear that again and again through this video, so I apologize for the repetition. Please don't come at me, okay? Anyway, the color story is really beautiful. You might be wondering what these little hearts are. The hearts are the only shades that I could use. I have very sensitive eyes. That's also going to be a big running theme in this video. I have very sensitive eyes, so I can't use pressed pigments. All the other colors that don't have hearts on them are pressed pigments, and so I can't use those fun shades. So just from the start, this is a very limited palette for me. I did use most of the shades that are available that like won't irritate my eyes or whatever, but I just don't feel the need to keep this even though it's really pretty. I just, yeah, I'm going to declutter this, simple as that. I do think the packaging is pretty fun. I personally am not a fan of Michaela in any way, shape, or form. Never have been, have never consumed her content or anything like that. But just what I've seen, like third-party people reacting to her and stuff, just not somebody that I would ever waste even 5 seconds engaging, like spending my time watching on social media by choice. That's just my opinion. No offense to her as a human. I'm sure she's perfectly fine. She might be a lovely person. I don't know. But this is my one and only palette that I've ever tried from Glamlight, and I don't know how the other formulas hold up or stack up to this one, but this palette just didn't make me want to try anything else from Glamlight. So I probably won't ever be trying anything from Glamlight in the future, but this palette here is a declutter. Starting off strong. Okay. Next, I've got this one here. I apologize for the light. Did I even open it? I did not even open it. I went through here also and marked off with X's which ones are pressed pigments, and I circled the ones that I could use. So there's very few shades, as you can see, in this palette that I can actually use without having irritation. So fortunately, a couple of the pretty shimmers, that one too. But yeah, I just ended up deciding that the colors that I was really drawn to here within the palette aren't colors that I'm able to really enjoy. And so, yeah, I'm going to declutter this. I purchased it when it was going on clearance, being discontinued, and I got it for, I believe, like $17 or $12, something like that. And it was regularly a $35 palette, which is pretty affordable for a large palette. I do really appreciate, okay, so the reason that I bought this palette was because I wanted to have an affordable option of a palette that I could reference people to if like I was using a different color story in one of my luxury palettes and somebody was maybe wanting like a similar vibe but didn't want to drop that much money on a palette just for some eyeshadow, which is perfectly understandable. To each their own, you know, no judgment here. So yeah, I thought that this would be a nice like reference point for an affordable brand, but I never got the opportunity to test it out once I dug in and found out that all of these were pressed pigments, and then I was just kind of over it because like the purples I can't use. So anyways, this is going to be a declutter. It's brand new. Never used, never opened. Rather than to grab them one by one, I'm going to just grab like a small little selection at a time and then just start working like that. So let's go ahead and take some of these small ones here in the front. So here I've got 4 from Marc Jacobs. I got these on clearance a long time ago when Marc Jacobs was going out of business. I didn't know anything about the Marc Jacobs eyeshadow brand, makeup brand at all, the beauty brand or anything. Back when, you know, the makeup company was still a viable brand and like everybody was into it. But I do really like the color stories of these palettes. I believe that I got them for like maybe $8 each, I think, if I remember correctly. I don't really remember. Maybe it was 20. I don't know. Anyhow, I think I did use this palette once and it was really pretty, but I have these types of shades in other palettes. Maybe not this one. I possibly actually do either have this in a Too Faced or in a Pat McGrath, but, and maybe even in a Tarte palette. So yeah, this is just so old and it's really cute and everything, but I'm going to go ahead and just declutter this. I'm going to go ahead and declutter all 4 of these, but let me go ahead and tell you the name of this palette. Did I just mess up my nails? No, thank you. Okay, so this one here is the Terrific palette. The Marc Jacobs Terrific palette is being decluttered. The Marc Jacobs Frivolux palette, I never even used it. It's a beautiful purple palette. Look at that gorgeous color story. This is so beautiful. Every time I open up and look at this palette, I'm like, ooh, I don't want to get rid of it. I'm going to try to use it. But I never actually do. And I think that I have these types of shades in Natasha Denona palettes. Like this is giving me Trio Chrome palette. This is also giving me maybe like the Retro palette. And these in the Roxa palette, the Roxa palette, however you want to say that. And then these are like easy, probably in some of her neutrals, like the Glam palette even. So I am just going to go ahead and get rid of the Frivolux palette. Also going to get rid of the Scandalust palette by Marc Jacobs. This is a really beautiful neutral color. This kind of reminds me of the Pat McGrath Bronze Seduction, just a little bit. It's got like some similar vibes here, just a little bit. Anyway, it also reminds me a lot, now that I think about it, of the Melt Cosmetics Dark Matter palette, which I love that palette. I can't wait till we get into the Melt section. That's going to be really, really hard to go through because I'm really trying to pare this whole collection down. This one here, the Scandalust, is decluttered. All right. Same here. This Marc Jacobs Fantasine palette has got to go. It's just so old. I did use this. Oh, no, I didn't. I've never used this. This looks like a beautiful color. Like this right here, right, this end right here with a little bit of that. It's like a perfect everyday neutral eye look. And then if you want a little pop of something, this looks like a shade that I could probably find in a Pat McGrath palette. Actually, now that I think about it, both of these, we all know how Pat McGrath is about her golds. I'm not going to go there right now. Anyway, this is a declutter. All of these were a oh! Let's hope that I'm not going to be dropping palettes right and left because I really don't want to break them. Yep, I broke a little bit of it. Look at all that. Not a lot, though. Jeez. Okay. This NYX Magic Maker, I got it. I think it's like part of some Netflix show or like a release about a Netflix show. This one says Netflix SEX Education. I just got it because I liked the color story. I thought it was really bright and fun and pretty. And I had never tried a NYX palette. I just messed up my nails. I just painted them a little bit ago and they haven't totally cured. So I got to be careful opening these plastic ones. I'm not going to do that again. Oh my God. Anyway, okay. I just got this because I thought it would be a really pretty, colorful, fun way to check out the NYX palette. And I got like the NYX formula. And I got this before I got that giant one that I just decluttered a minute ago. Decluttered. Here is a Milani Gilded Mini. I've never used it. I've never opened it. I am going to declutter this, and I actually think I might know somebody who may enjoy this palette. So I'm going to see if she wants it. Either way, I'm going to declutter it. Okay. Here's a really fun looking Drugstore eyeshadow palette from CoverGirl. This is the True Naked Dazed in the color wave called Dazed, I just said. Anyway, this is a fun like rainbow palette from the Drugstore. I haven't used a CoverGirl eyeshadow palette since I was like 6 years old. And I just wanted to see what it was like, and I wanted to test out what their color formula was like, and so I thought this would be a fun way to do it. I believe this was like $7 and some change at the grocery store. I just happened to be walking around, and I was just kind of like in one of those times where I needed a little bit of retail, like makeup therapy, and I happened to be doing my grocery shopping, and that's when I usually fall for drugstore palettes, is just when I'm like itching to buy some makeup and I happen to be at the grocery store, and there's not brands that I actually use, but there's some things that might catch my eye I'm a little curious about. That was this. I never did end up using it though. I've never tried it. So yeah, I might give this to the same person as that one with the neutral palette in case they want a pop of color. But yeah, this is going to be decluttered. Okay, here is a palette that came in a gift with purchase. That had like a makeup bag, came inside of a really pretty little sparkly pink makeup bag with a whole bunch of like sample size bits of Ulta Beauty makeup products, like a mascara, a lash curler, a pencil sharpener from Ulta, a lip gloss, a little eyeliner, this palette, a couple of other things. I don't even remember what all it was that was in there, but I haven't used this before. Here is, oh goodness gracious. Here is the color story, and it says, "Meet me in the moonlight." Ooh, that's cute. I really like that. But this looks like, actually, this reminds me a lot of the Wicked palette that I have. Just a little bit of like the hues. It's got some of these same shades, and I didn't realize that they give you large of like a crease shade and a highlight, so that's kind of cool. Anyway, I'm going to declutter this palette and see if I know anybody that might want. What is this one called? It's called, it doesn't have a name, it just says Eye and Face Palette. Here's a Sephora Destinations palette. I'm not gonna lie. I bought this just because it had palm trees on it. And I wanted to try the Sephora formula as this was being clearanced out because they were like changing their makeup or whatever. But I'm not even gonna open this. It's got like a really pretty, this shade number 3 here is like a real pretty iridescent kind of lilac-y looking shade that I saw in store at the open, like the little sample one that they had open on the shelf so that I could look at it. And I just really liked the packaging and I wanted to try one of these palettes, and so I picked it up, but I never have even used it. So I'm going to go ahead and declutter it. Brand new, in case anybody wants it. I would rather be able to give them a new palette as opposed to just using it one time out of curiosity at this point, even though that's what I had intended to do originally. So yeah, this is going to be a declutter. The Sephora Destinations is going to go. All right. Now let's get into some ColourPop. I do kind of have most of these categorized in like brands, but some of the brands have some bits here and then other parts there. And so it's not going to be all just like brand focused each section, but I'm doing my best to try to keep it in some sort of an organized manner. So, yeah, and I know that I have some more palettes somewhere because I can think of some that I'm not able to see right now. So hold on, let me look. All right, so here we've got my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that all that I have? Yeah, my 5 little plastic ones. I used to have more, but I gave them away. I remember that. Anyway, I have the Lilac You a Lot. Ooh, these are hard to open. I'm going to mess up my nails. Lilac You a Lot. This is actually really, really a beautiful palette and a color story. I used it like one time, and actually no, I don't think I ever used. Yeah, I used that shade, I can tell, and a couple of the mattes it looks like, but I didn't actually get good use out of it. I feel kind of bad about that, and at this point I've really just been keeping it for like sentiment's sake, but I'm kind of over that. I don't have the luxury in life anymore from this point forward of having 3,500 square feet to my disposal for storage. And I'm going to just like downsize my life and all of that stuff. So I need to just pare down to things that I'm actually going to use. And this isn't one of them. So I'm going to go ahead and let go of, as much as it pains me and as much as I've like held on to these things because they were some of my first colorful palettes that I ever like purchased. I'm going to let go of the Lilac You a Lot from ColourPop, the Cloud Spun. This I got just because it's pretty pinks and because, did I just not hit that? I don't know. Anyway, because it's a really cute theme for like Valentine's Day, and I don't know, I had plans of grandeur where I thought I was going to be doing like all of these Valentine's Day videos and stuff every February, but that's only happened like one time in the history of my makeup channels. So I'm going to go ahead and let go of the ColourPop Cloud Spun. I'm also going to let go of my beloved ColourPop Blow and Smoke. This is the palette that made me realize how much I absolutely love a smoky eyeshadow palette color story like this, and this palette is why I love the Natasha Denona Xenon palette so much, because it's basically like this palette but expanded. Anyways, geez, do I want to get rid of this one? I really love this one a lot. I'm going to keep this one just because I want to. No. I'm already starting to like slip. All right, I'm going to go ahead and declutter this. As much as I love it, I'm going to declutter it because I don't use it. Haven't used it in years and it's really old. I'm also going to declutter the ColourPop It's My Pleasure. I did use this one a couple of more times than the other ones. The Blow and Smoke I also used a lot at that time. But this was also back before I really had very many eyeshadow palettes. I might have had like 5 at the time when I purchased this, or maybe even like 2 or 3. And so yeah, this was like the beginning of me expanding my collection. Anyway, I did use this palette several times and I enjoyed it, but I'm going to declutter this one too. It's My Pleasure. This one I love so much. This was my very first blue eyeshadow palette and my very first time to try a bold, colorful look all by myself. Like, was when I got this palette. This was my very first bold, colorful look to make, was the blue look that I created with my Blue Moon ColourPop. And I honestly love these shades so much. You know what? I'm sorry. I'm just going to do it because it's my collection and I can do what I want, okay? I'm keeping my Blue Moon and my Blow and Smoke. I can't bring myself to want to get rid of these. I'm keeping these. But these three are going to go, even though it pains me. Okay, that was really hard. So far, we're keeping 2. I feel like I'm doing pretty good. Okay, so we're keeping 2 and we're decluttering these. All right, let me just put these in here for right now. Okay, so we've got these 2 that I'm keeping. All right. Here we've got more ColourPop, the All That palette. I really love this palette because it makes me think of Motley Crue. Okay, the girls, and this like image of a heart, like in an actual like body part looking heart, makes me think of the song Kickstart My Heart. And just this whole packaging makes me think of Motley Crue vibes, and I really love it so much. And this is what the inside looks like. This is the beautiful color story. I did use it a couple of times before I had gotten the Natasha Denona retro palette, and I liked the color story, but at that time I just really wasn't like adventurous that much yet when I had this, and so I just didn't really utilize it as much as I should have. And back then I didn't use glitters, but now I like glitters. And so yeah, I really feel like I should have given this palette more of an opportunity, and I just kept it around because I really love the packaging. And I'm sorry, but I'm gonna do that again because it makes me think of Motley Crue. So I'm keeping this one. Okay, I'm starting to slip here. I'm starting to like fail in my hardcore decluttering mentality. All right, here we've got the ColourPop Flirty Talk, and I know that I have another ColourPop like romantic palette somewhere, and I have a couple of other ColourPop palettes somewhere else. So we're gonna have to come across those when I get to that part as it comes. So it's not all going to be grouped by brand. I did mention that, I hope, already once before. Anyways, this is the ColourPop Flirty Talk. I got this a year after it released, when it was on sale and brought back re-released. And I got it because I really love the packaging for Valentine's Day. And I personally love Valentine's Day, even though for most of my life, love has been a real heartache for me. For whatever reason, the hopeless romantic in me just has always loved the idea of Valentine's Day and Valentine's Day themed packaging and stuff. Now, don't get me wrong, I have had some really great Valentine's Day gifts and like gestures and fun times from people in the past, but overall, I haven't had the best Valentine's Days in my life more often than not. So maybe that's why I kind of like love the idea of Valentine's Day, because it gives me hope that maybe one day I'll be able to enjoy that in a more romantic manner. I don't know. I digress. How did I get off on that? We're not talking about your own personal problems, Michelle. Let's get on the palettes. Okay, so here are the ColourPop Flirty Talk. This is what the palette looks like. I absolutely love this color story. I know it, like, to me, it leans a little bit more of like a cherry color, like pinks and reds that are in more of like a cherry vibe. And I feel like I'm not done with this palette. I still want to get more use out of it. I want to create more looks with it. Comment down below and let me know if you would like to see looks with this palette or any other palette that I end up keeping, or I'm going to declutter, because, you know, like maybe I could do a special look just before I let it go if you want. Anyway, so yeah, I still want this palette in my collection, so I'm going to keep the ColourPop Flirty Talk. Here we've got the Profusion Dear Cupid palette. And I have to say, I was pretty impressed with this palette. I got a really cute look out of it, considering it is a made in China palette. I don't normally gravitate towards made in China palettes, but once again, walking around the grocery store and the cute packaging, I fell for it. So anyways, this is a really cute palette, but I'm going to go ahead and let it go. It's not like a must-have for me or anything. Okay, here I've got another ColourPop palette. This I bought just because I love Hocus Pocus so much, but also because I was really drawn to the packaging. It's really, hold on, let me not blind you with the mirror. So I was really drawn to the packaging and also the theming, but the color story as well. And so I did use this palette a few times. I do remember that. I didn't even get into the greens at all yet though. I did use these shades here. I haven't done a golden yellow look either. I feel like I could still get more use from this palette, but the question is, am I going to? Because honestly, now that I think about it, I have these shades in my Natasha Denona Yucca palette, including these shades here, and like more beautiful fiery orange than that. So honestly, I feel like it would just be me wanting to keep it because of the cute little packaging. Look at the adorable details. Are you kidding me? Like, I coveted this palette. It sold out on me like the first 2 years. I think I got it at the 3rd year release or something like that. I'm not sure. Anyways, at this point now though, that was before I started reading the Bible in my life. And ever since I did start reading the Bible, like, I still don't really know how I feel about like the whole religion and all of it overall, but I do know that ever since I did start reading the Bible, I feel a little bit weird about Halloween and how much I love Halloween stuff, and I'm not sure if I feel like it's okay for me to have Halloween stuff. So like, part of me wants to declutter this just because it's Halloween related, but another part of me wants to really keep it because I love Hocus Pocus. I love this palette. I love the packaging. Okay, I think I'm going to keep it. Okay, it's that easy. It's my collection. I can do what I want. It's just makeup. It's not that deep. Okay. Well, back here, I still have the other Hocus Pocus. This one was the first one that I got. And I got this, yeah, I got this one when it first released. And I got this one the year that this one came out, when this one was at a re-release. That's what it was. Anyways, this is the Gather Round Sisters from ColourPop. I love this packaging so much, but I really wish that they would have used like actual imagery from the movie. I understand why they didn't, but whatever. Anyways, this is a really fun, pretty color story. And in all reality, this is really more of like a witchy vibes to me, as opposed to this other one. Hold on. As opposed to this other one that is so bright. Like, I just feel like this, I'm trying to like not blind you and show you too. I just feel like this top color story does feel more like the season and the vibes, but this one really does too, now that I think about it. I feel like the two really pair nicely together, as a matter of fact. Like, they're good complementary palettes, and honestly, because of that, I'm going to keep them both. All right, well, I was on a roll for decluttering, but it's still early yet. Let's keep going. All right. Any more ColourPop back here? Try to keep it somewhat organized by category. All right, so here we've got the ColourPop Toy Story palette. This palette, I literally only got it because when Toy Story first came out, I had 2 little babies, and my babies loved Toy Story, and one of my 2 babies dressed up as, let's see, who was he? I think he might have been Buzz Lightyear, or maybe, yeah, I don't think he was a cowboy. I'm pretty sure he dressed up as Buzz Lightyear. So anyway, I was just really drawn to this cute little palette for that reason. But not only that, the color story is so fun. And I was highly, highly impressed with the quality of these like shimmers and the mattes also, honestly. I really, really love this palette. I'm going to keep it. I can see myself traveling with this palette when I don't want to take one of my high-end palettes, but I want to have something fun and colorful. You can do neutrals out of here. You can do like a fun red and like yellow look there. You can do like a really pretty green and pink and purple, or go totally cool tone and stay here in this quad there. You can do like a really fun spring look there. I mean, there's just so much versatility out of this palette. I was highly impressed with this palette. I'm going to keep it. ColourPop Toy Story. Okay, here we've got the ColourPop Holidays palette by the Muppets. Now this palette I missed out on, and this palette is very sentimental to me because it's my very first and only friend mail that I've ever gotten. Okay, I have sent out packages to other people. I have given them palettes, I have given them makeup brushes, etc. Like just, you know, random people or whatever, but nobody's ever sent anything to me until this palette arrived with a couple of other palettes in there too, in the same package, which will be in a different part, like a different segment of the video coming up later on. Anyhow, this beautiful little palette is so sentimental to me because I grew up watching the Muppets and the Muppet Babies too, back when I was like a real small kid. And my whole life, I wanted to feel like I could identify to Miss Piggy, but I really didn't. I identified more to Animal. And people always told me that I was more like Animal and nothing like Miss Piggy. And so, yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of funny to me like that. But this is what the color story looks like. I have used this palette only one time, sadly, so I'm definitely not going to get rid of it. Let me scoot it back so you can see the whole packaging at the same time. I am not going to get rid of it. I am definitely nowhere near done with it. I love that little animal is on the inside of the wreath here. It's just such a fun take on a Christmas color story. You've got the reds and the greens, like the classic reds and greens. You've got neutrals here for like a more elegant vibe, but you've also got the fun colors of the Christmas lights that I like to put around, that I like to see around the houses during Christmas season. I like to see the colorful ones that make me think of childhood Christmas, not the ones that are like all white and elegant. Anyways, maybe that's just because I'm a mom. I don't know. But I just really love those fun, colorful, childhood type of Christmas vibes. And this palette really screams that to me. Plus, it was friend mail and it's super sentimental to me. It's absolutely staying in my collection. Okay. Now we've got, oh God, I just messed up my nail. No, I didn't. Okay. We've got my last ColourPop palette that I can find here so far, and that is the Pokemon palette from ColourPop. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, here's the color story in the back. I'm going to tell you right now, I am not getting rid of this palette, okay? I was never really into Pokemon myself, but my kids were when they were little, okay? And so for that reason, just like the Toy Story, it's sentimental to me for that. But also, it's just so cute when you look at it, and I love the packaging. It's so well done. It's so cheerful and adorable, and I love how the color story on the outside really reflects what you can expect here on the inside. So here's what it looks like on the inside. I love the cute little caricatures, or whatever they're called, the little Pokemon characters up at the top, and how there's no mirror. So you don't have to worry about it breaking or anything like that. And it helps keep the price of the palette more affordable. Here, just like the Toy Story palette, you can see that it is very, very colorful, and you've got so much range in this palette. I really love these special, like, pretty shimmers that they throw in here, and they're just really reflective and impactful. They last really well, especially for an affordable brand, and I didn't have any problems with like blending or fading of these shadows. I was pretty happy with this palette. I remember when I created several looks with it. I'll be sure to link my playlist of testing out my palettes down below in the description box in case you're curious to see looks with any of these palettes in my collection that I've created looks with. But yeah, I'm definitely keeping this beautiful palette, and I can't wait to use it again, especially coming up here soon in the spring and the summer. Pokemon X ColourPop. Definitely a keeper. Okay, let's move on to the next section. Here I've got another NYX palette. This one I bought, I'm just not even gonna lie. I straight up bought it because it's a Christmas theming, but most especially because of the flamingos. Flamingos remind me of my mom. My mom loves flamingos, and she loves Florida and stuff like that. And I just thought that this was such a fun, cute package, like packaging for, you know, like the vibe of, I had intended to try a different Christmas palette every single day for Vlogmas the year that this came out, but I didn't end up getting to do that, as per usual. Anyway, but then once I got this home and I realized the little, excuse me, the little red squares around each of the shades were indicating that those are pressed pigments. And so I realized that I'm not going to be able to use some of these fun colors that I really wanted to check out. So once I realized that, it kind of like discouraged me from even wanting to open it. And look at how cute the little sticker is there. It's a cute little stocking. And so I just didn't want to tear it open. Really love the details that they added to the packaging. I know it's just like a sticker or whatever, but I like little details like that. And dude, am I really going to start doing this? Yeah, I'm going to keep this because it's a cute little Christmas theme, and I'm not ready to let go of it yet for like Christmas theme background in my videos, maybe, or something like that. I don't really know. Do I need to get rid of this? I need to get rid of this. I'm going to let it go. Boy, that was hard. Okay. Here I've got one of several Nars palettes. I don't know where what other one is. I'm sure it'll come up throughout the video later on, but right here I've got the Nars ORGASM palette. I'm not going to say that online. And here is what the color story looks like. This is a really, really beautiful neutral color story with a little fun pop of like a, you know, pretty little pink. This is really beautiful on the eye. I love the way the Nars shimmers are so beautifully reflective without being chunky or making your eye look like crocodile lids or whatever. It's just like a really refined, beautiful, impactful shimmer that it gives you on the lid. And I really, really appreciate the formula and from Nars. I feel like I haven't used this palette that many times. I can see that I would really enjoy using this palette again, but honestly, a lot of these shades, I'm sure that I have in my collection overall, especially in the Bloom. I'm thinking the Bloom palette right here, like that's what it's giving me right now, the Natasha Denona Bloom. I didn't have the Bloom palette at the time that I bought this palette, and I did get it on sale. Plus, I was drawn to the pretty packaging, and this was my very first Nars eyeshadow palette that I ever purchased. So overall, I would say that I'm pleased with the purchase, but I think I am going to go ahead and declutter this and see if maybe my mom might want it. She doesn't wear eyeshadow and makeup that much, but for the occasions that she does, maybe she would enjoy this. So I'm going to see if she would enjoy this one. Okay. Just grab a little stack here. Oh, I knew I was missing one. Here's another ColourPop palette, my Frosty the Snowman ColourPop palette. I really love this theme so much. I grew up loving these old classic Christmas and winter cartoons. I really loved them so much. I even watched them into my adult years every year. I'm not gonna lie. Anyhow, I remember enjoying this palette when I used it, but looking at it now, I feel like the shades are just a little bit too icy for me. In the wintertime, I get more like yellow undertones, and some of these shades just kind of clash on my skin. I do really, really like the packaging. Maybe I could try to come up with like, well, there are some shades that I haven't even used yet, I feel like some combinations. I think I'm going to try to see if I enjoy this palette enough to keep it. I'm going to try to do another 2-look video with it. And if I enjoy those 2 looks, I'll keep it. And if not, I'll go ahead and let it go at that time. So this one is going to go in the maybe pile. We just started a maybe pile, guys. Uh-oh. Here we go. Maybe. Oh, all right. Okay. Here I've got the one and only Maybelline palette that I ever picked up. I've never opened it. I picked it up a few months before it actually ended up getting discontinued. I didn't know it was going to be discontinued. They've completely revamped how they do this entire Nudes of New York line. They're like smaller palettes and bigger pans, I think. Like they just changed it all up. They completely like left this design in the past. And come to think of it, these colors here really remind me of that Nars palette. I think I know a friend's daughter who might enjoy this palette. I'm going to see if she might want it. I had picked it up thinking that I was going to try it just so I could know if I liked the Maybelline formula. And also because like Hailey, I think it's like Hailey Bieber or somebody like that, that was kind of like the spokesperson for, well, not the spokesperson, but like the model or whatever for the, like the brand face for this particular palette or something to that effect. I don't know. And that also intrigued me a little bit by the time I found that out, but I just never ended up using it because again, I just have these shades so many times over in my collection. I'm going to go ahead and let it go. I'm going to declutter that. Okay. Here I've got the Batty Bean X Shroud Cosmetics It's Freaking Bats palette. I've never even used this palette. Had a bad taste in my mouth because it took so many months for it to arrive to me. And yeah, then by the time I thought about using it, it was just kind of like way past the time that it was like current. I don't smell anything on it or whatever. It might be fun to at least check out some of these like cool shades or whatever and maybe do like a limey green look. I think I am going to go ahead and try to get myself to use this palette. So I'm going to go ahead and keep it. Actually, if I haven't used it by now, I'm probably not going to use it. I'm going to declutter it. Okay. Next here, I've got my only Lethal Cosmetics eyeshadow palette. This is the Teresa is Lethal palette. And I did use this palette a couple of times. I think the packaging is really cute. Come to think of it, I feel like Singe Beauty kind of got an idea of their packaging a little bit from this maybe. It's like giving me a little bit of a similar vibe. Anyway, here is the color story. Here is my palette. I think it's a fine enough color story and it's really fun overall. But I remember these fading, like these mattes kind of fading. And maybe I could pull out some of the shimmers to put it like as a single, but I don't really reach for singles like that, colorful singles like that. I don't know. I'm going to put this on the maybe pile, give it another chance. Actually, no, I think I'm going to just declutter it. Okay, here I've got the MAC Art Library Flamboyant. Oh my gosh, let me tell you how much I love this palette. This palette is so great. It doesn't look like much as far as the color story is concerned. You know, it's just kind of like neutrals with a row of some like really, really warm red shades or whatever. Oh God, these colors are so beautiful on my eyes. And I just love the performance of MAC shades, both their shimmers, their satins, and their mattes. I really, really love them. I'm going to keep this palette. And here is the nude version. This is the MAC Art Library Nude Model. And this palette here, I've used several times. I've also traveled with it. I do really, really enjoy this palette. I think it's gorgeous. And I feel like I'm totally not ready to be done with it. So I really want to keep this palette in my collection and probably even get some more use out of it, like in the near future. I should be using this for everyday wearable looks. Here I've got the Kylie Cosmetics collab with Wizard of Oz. I got this, finally I found it at TJ Maxx for $19.99, and it was the last one that hadn't been destroyed and was brand new. Look at it. Oh my God, it's so pretty. My very first, quote, acting gig was in The Wizard of Oz as like a 6-year-old child. Maybe I was 5. I don't know. Anyways, pretty traumatic experience for me on so many levels. But for whatever reason, I have an affinity to Wizard of Oz because of it. And look at the little Toto packaging. I had never tried any Kylie Cosmetic makeup and I was curious. So I decided to go ahead and pick this palette up. And I think I'm going to go ahead and keep it and give it a shot. Let me add some more lighting because the sun is starting to come in and it's throwing off my lighting big time. Hope you can see. Anyway, I'm going to keep this palette. I may need to readjust because I feel like you can't really see. Okay, maybe this will be better. Here I've got the MAC, hold on. Can you see? Here I've got the MAC Whitney Houston palette. Here is what this palette looks like. I really need to use this palette again. I'm keeping this. That's easy. I love Whitney Houston. I got it because it's a Whitney Houston palette. I was, you know, pretty pleased with the look that I created from it. And I feel like I really need to get more use out of it. So I'm going to keep this Whitney Houston eyeshadow palette. All right, here we are with, oh, I almost made a mistake and put my Keep ColourPop pile in the declutter section. I'm going to need a place to put my keeps where I'm able to show them to you. All right, here's my maybe, my one maybe so far. Okay, these two are easy. I already know that I want to declutter both of them. They both suck really bad. This is a horrible formula. It's a beautiful color story. Love the layout and like the pairing of the shades and everything, but the formula itself is garbage. This is absolute low rent crap garbage made in China, exactly what I would expect from that level of a formula. So yeah, this is an easy declutter. I completely regretted buying this on sale. I think I paid like $8 or $12 for it, and in my opinion, it was $8 or $12 too many. Bye. I got this on clearance at, not on clearance, but on sale at TJ Maxx. I found this one day and it came with like an eyeshadow primer or whatever with it. I finally had the chance to try the Lorac eyeshadow formula. I never had a Lorac makeup before in the past, and quite frankly, I guess maybe considering the fact that, okay, wait, hold on. This was the very first Lorac palette that I've ever tried. I never had any other Lorac makeup before this, and I was really excited to find this at TJ Maxx because it was the purple palette. I had heard a lot of people really just like obsess over some of their other more neutral palettes that were more popular or whatever, but I was really drawn to this one when I was looking into the brand, hoping to be able to try them myself because I was so curious, just because everybody always raved about them. By the time I found this and got to test it out, I was just like, girl, what? What is everybody talking about this brand for? I just thought the formula was so lame. Now, maybe if you keep in mind the fact that this was many years ago that Lorac was really popular, maybe that's why it was so good, because there was like less formula, like less improvement throughout formulas at that time. That's what I'm trying to say. Anyway, this is a declutter. I don't get what all the hype was for that. Okay, wow, I feel like I've been talking forever and I've hardly gotten through this. Okay, this Cara Beauty eyeshadow palette I got just because it looks like a little sewing kit. My grandmother was a master seamstress. She loved these cookies so much, and we always had a tin of these at the table, and my grandpa would always have some of these cookies with his coffee, which reminds me, let me take a sip of my coffee. Mama needs some coffee. Okay. Yeah, my grandpa always was eating these cookies in the mornings, not just during the holidays, but especially during the holidays. But we had one of these on my kitchen table growing up, because I grew up with my grandparents. And so I just had to buy this for sentimental reasons. I just loved that it was sewing inside. I never had any intention intention to use it. I'm absolutely keeping it because it's very sentimental to me. So I'm going to keep this. Let's just keep going on this edge and work our way over. Like I said, let me follow the original plan. Sorry, I get distracted and then I just want to do something else. Okay. Over here, I've got some palettes. So here I've got the Alchemist palette, the Alchemist holographic palette from KVD Beauty, Kat Von D Beauty. I actually think that this is a fake replica product and that I got duped when I purchased this off Mercari or somewhere like that. So I really wanted it, and I should have gotten it when it was being clearanced at Sephora, but I didn't, and then it was gone. And I was so new to buying palettes and makeup still at that time that I didn't realize that just because it meant I didn't realize that it being on clearance meant that it was probably being discontinued. I thought it was just going on sale and that I could pay for it full price later on in the future. But no, that's not how it turned out to be. And so when I saw this come up one day on Mercari, I ordered it. But when I got it in, it just doesn't look or feel real. So I ended up not wanting to use it. I'm not going to take any chances. I did keep it after all, just because it's like a really beautiful A with like, anyways, the letter A is just, I don't know, for whatever reason, been something that I've been drawn to in my life. And I like the letter A is special to me. And so I wanted to keep it for that reason. And I probably still will keep it for that reason, but I'm never going to use this. So I'm literally just keeping this for the packaging, but I'm not decluttering it, even though I should. All right, I'm starting to not do that great here, but okay. Oh, I forgot I do have more palettes from Glamlight. I've got a like purple and silver one of these too somewhere that I got to pull out that will end up in this declutter. But I'm going to go ahead and declutter this eyeshadow palette. This is the cream colored one. Here's it's like the neutral one. There's the color story there in the back. This is the palette it says for face and body, probably because they're not all eye safe. And so they're saying that you can use it on your face instead. Anyway, I don't know why I got this. I got it at Marshall's. It was $12.99, and I was just still really into the idea of testing Glamlight out. I had picked up the Michaela palette, but I hadn't tried it yet. And so I bought this and the others because it was cute, and I wasn't making very good financial decisions at that time. I was making emotional decisions with through my purchases. And so I was making emotional purchasing decisions at that time. And so I've since then stopped doing that, thankfully. Anyhow, this palette has never been used. I'm going to declutter this and see if anybody wants it, and that way they can have it brand new. Let me get all my Violet Vosses here together. Okay. So here I've got one more. Oh, I knew I had another ColourPop. This is my ColourPop Gone Matte palette. I completely forgot, but here is a ton of neutrals. It's a great everyday staple palette, but I personally just don't need it because I have all these shades. This might be nice though to travel. But no, because I usually travel with like my Natasha Denona little minis, my little 5 pens. So yeah, I think I'm going to declutter this and see if maybe my friend would want this for getting ready for work or something. But she doesn't really wear makeup to work. So I don't know. I'm going to see if anybody wants this that I know of. I'm going to go ahead and declutter it because I don't need it. Okay, so anyways, back to, this is my Violet Voss pile here. And so I bought both of these just because I was really into Care Bears as a child, and I'm very sentimental, and I saw them and it had all of the different little Care Bears on it, and I love the colors, and it's so colorful and beautiful. And here's a pretty mini one that didn't have the same and here's a pretty mini one, and it doesn't have the same shades as the large one, which is why I bought the mini. Let me show you the large one too. And so, yeah, let me show you side by side. Oh, God. Jesus. This is a lot harder than it looks. And so here are those two palettes. I'm sorry, but for my eyes and my mind, I need them to all face the same way, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead and do that for you too. Here we go. Here is the mini and the full-size Care Bear palette stacked together. You can see that they complement each other really, really well, but you also don't need one to work with the other. But if you wanted to get both, it's not overlapping, they work well together. And so that was how I justified going ahead and buying them both. But then I came to find out that these are pressed pigments. And so I can't even use them, any of them. They're all pressed pigments. I don't know what I was thinking. I've never used them. They're completely brand new. They're absolutely adorable. I am going to go ahead and declutter both of them. I'm not going to keep them just for the packaging. That was hard. Here is the Violet Voss Cool Vibes palette. And let me tell you, I absolutely love this packaging. I love the way this palette feels in my hand. Same with this one. I really, really enjoy the Violet Voss palettes, like the ones that are just square, like perfectly shaped cardboard palettes. I really, really love these a lot. I have a lot of other mini Violet Voss palettes that'll come up a little bit later throughout the collection as well. But anyways, here's like the big portion of what I have right here. And so this Cool Vibes palette looks like this. This at one time, hold on, where's the packaging? I don't have the front with me anymore to cover up the mirror. At one time, this was my absolute favorite cool toned eyeshadow palette. And honestly, I would travel with this palette and be perfectly content, like creating looks with it. And I have even reached for this not that long ago, come to think of it, because I had missed it. And I still enjoyed creating looks with it. As a matter of fact, even though I have these colors probably 10 times over in my collection in other brands and palettes, I absolutely love this formula and I love this palette. I love using this palette so much. The idea of getting rid of it makes me really sad. I'm going to keep this. Great palette. Okay, and along those same lines is the Violet Voss Matte Vibes palette. This is an all matte eyeshadow palette. That other one had like a little bit of a satin vibe to it. I wouldn't really say it had any actual shimmers, but here is this beautiful warm toned matte neutral eyeshadow palette. I love this palette for these tones. I actually appreciate this palette more than my Biba, which has similar color story. For whatever reason, I just get, like, I reach for this one over reaching for that one, but I don't reach for these tones that often. However, I would feel really, really sad letting this palette go, and I can see myself taking this and the cool version and traveling with both of them and not being concerned if anything were to happen to my luggage. I mean, obviously it would make me sad if I didn't have the palette anymore, but if something did happen to it, it's not one of my really high-end palettes, and so it wouldn't be devastating to me that much. So I also really, really love the cute little like leopard, I also really love the cute little leopard detailing here. I never noticed that until just now when the light was shining on it. But yeah, I'm gonna absolutely keep this palette. Violet Voss Matte Vibes. It's a great palette. Here we've got the Violet Voss Take Flight palette. I love this beautiful packaging. Look at that gorgeous reflection. So fun. And then on the back side is the back of the butterfly. Can you tell it's a back? It looks like the same either way. Anyways, here is this beautiful palette. Here it's got butterflies on the mirror, if you can see that. I love that detail. It's so fun and pretty. This is a beautiful, beautiful, colorful palette. I love that they give you like a white and black, that the black is a matte and the white is a beautiful iridescent shimmer. You can use it for an inner corner highlight. You can use it for a brow bone highlight. You've got this cream shade to do for a brow bone highlight or a matte inner corner if you want. You've got all these fun shades that have not necessarily exact shade coordinating shimmers that go with them, but shimmers that do pair nicely with the mattes. And so I just think that this is such a well-rounded color story. It's so fun. I love the performance of these shades. I will say I do remember, was it this blue or that blue? Like this shimmer. One of these two, I do remember them fading just a little bit, like after I wore it, but I don't even think that back then I used eyeshadow primer at the time. So probably wearing this with eyeshadow primer would make it go a lot better. I definitely want to keep this palette. I really love it for a colorful palette, especially to travel, so that I don't have to take one of my high-end colorful palettes, but also just to reach for on occasion. So I'm going to go ahead and keep my Violet Voss Take Flight. And the name of the palette really resonates with me for where I'm at right now in my life, because I am taking flight. Okay. Next, we've got the Violet Voss Sugar Crystals. I haven't really ever used this palette. I know a lot of people had this palette like in their panning projects and stuff like that. I was concerned that these were all going to be pressed pigments, but it turns out that the only ones that I can't use are the two most bright, beautiful, fun, colorful shades aside from that bright blue. So I can use this inside part of the row there, and then I can use all of the shimmers underneath. I think even though I haven't actually reached for this palette very much, I think I am going to go ahead and keep it and try to get some use out of it, because I do really enjoy the Violet Voss formula. And I feel like this might pair really, really nicely with the Take Flight palette, because these are really light shimmers and the Take Flight palette has mostly dark shimmers. So I'm going to keep this one too. I really, really like Violet Voss palettes. I really enjoy the formula for an affordable brand. And I'm pretty sure they're like made in America or whatever. Anyway, here's the Sugar Crystals palette, and I'm keeping it. Okay. Clouds are coming in, so I apologize if it's getting like darker and the lighting is changing. It looks like we're going to be getting a storm soon, so I apologize for that. Bear with me here. Okay. Here we go into this next section here. All right. I'm tempted to move you closer. Right over here is where I have my keep pile going, and here is the box of my declutters. So ignore those palettes back there. That's my keep pile, and in here is my discard. This is the pile we're working on, and this is the area that we have cleared out. Okay, let's keep going. Here I've got my one and only Odin's Eye eyeshadow palette, the Hella palette, Odin's Eye X Angelic Niquis. Here is what the palette looks like. I did have a really terrible allergic reaction to, I'm pretty sure it was either, this shade here or that shade, or a combination of the two. Made my eyes feel like I was gonna die. I thought I was gonna lose my sight. As beautiful as these colors actually are, and as excited as I was to support Angelica, this was my very first collab of hers to purchase, because yeah, I didn't get the other one until like the restock or whatever later. Anyways, as much as I did want to support her and really went into this with high hopes and high expectations and spent a lot of money and waited a lot of time, etc., 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 I did not have a good experience using this palette, and it terrifies me to try to even touch my skin to this again. So I'm going to just declutter this palette. Looks like I have a broken shade, sadly. I don't know how that happened. That's quite unfortunate. This palette's going to go. Okay. Next, I've got this one size, my only one size piece of makeup at all. The One Size Wicked palette. Here, I forgot to go sideways. Here is what the palette looks like. It is a face palette as well. I did really enjoy the shimmers in this palette. I do feel like the mattes that they provide are a little bit limiting. I'm not really sure how this color of blue really goes with that like aqua or whatever, but I did enjoy this formula and this color story and this palette enough to be able to want to try to experiment with it and create additional combinations and such. So I'm going to go ahead and keep this palette, but also I completely forgot that I have blushes in here. I need to keep this on my closer to my vanity with my face palettes so that I can remember that I've got blush in here, because I completely forgot. Do I really want to keep it? Honestly, I also really just wanted it because my mom was a makeup artist when I was really, really young. And she did that like as her like extra job or whatever, her side gig. And because she was a single mom. And anyway, so she would like dress up just like this and win Halloween costumes at her main job every single year. And this literally reminds me of my mom. And so that's kind of why I got it. But look at that beautiful little cute witch's hat and everything. I'm going to keep this palette. Who am I kidding? This is a keeper. Okay, next we've got the Kaleidos Club Nebula from the collab with Angelica Nyquist. And this is what this gorgeous eyeshadow palette looks like. The packaging is a bit much. It's a bit bulky and all, but I really love the beautiful like exterior and the colors and the beautiful like detail to it. I haven't been able to get rid of the like big box that it came in because I just love the way that it looks. Anyway, this is a gorgeous color story. I absolutely love this color story so much. I haven't used it that much. I think I've created like 2 looks with it. And I do remember this one fading, and same with that. But I would like to try to create additional looks and see if I can just feel more connected to this palette, because I spent a lot of money on it. And for whatever reason, I just feel like me and this eyeshadow palette haven't really like come together yet. And I want to give it an opportunity for that to happen. So although I thought I was going to declutter it when I first looked at it, I am going to go ahead and keep this palette. Okay, here we've got a palette that I got this last year. So wait, no, this last Christmas, it's been a year ago that I got it. So I got this when I went to Breckenridge in December 2024. I got it to take with me on that trip. And sadly, it's gotten a little bit destroyed in travel, but such is life. I do remember this irritating my, giving me some irritation, causing me some irritation. I remember getting a headache when I wore this look and I had to wash it off right away. So that makes me not even want to try. Yeah, so that makes me like not even want to try some of these other really beautiful shimmers. I kind of want to keep it just for the Christmas theming because I don't have that many Christmas palettes, but I'm trying to not do that. And since I don't really see myself using this palette, I can't justify myself keeping it. So I'm going to go ahead and let it go. I got it for $10 on sale. Here is the Sydney Grace Enduring Love palette. This eyeshadow palette gave me an irritation as well. I think it might have been this shade here, or it could have been that one. Not sure. Might have also been that one. Don't know. Anyways, I could probably keep this palette for like these more neutral tones. But I don't know. Once a palette like gives me actual irritation and hurts my eyes or whatever and makes my eyes burn, it just makes me so fearful to try anything else in that palette. And so maybe I should try to get some use out of these really beautiful neutral shades, but like for what? I have these shades so many times over in my collection in palettes that haven't hurt myself, that haven't like caused me actual pain and injuries. So I think I'm just going to go ahead and declutter this, even though it is a beautiful Valentine's Day theme because it's called Enduring Love. It would also make a really beautiful bridal palette because, again, Enduring Love and the theming or whatever, you get like a really beautiful bridal look with some of these more neutral, soft colors, but I'm going to go ahead and just let it go. Okay, next we've got the ColourPop Endless Sunset. I have never used this palette yet. I got it on clearance. It looks like it's cute, but I haven't used it. So maybe I should. I really love the packaging. I think it's so cute. I don't really like it necessarily for like an eyeshadow, but I like it just in general. I don't know. It's kind of fun to hold or whatever. And I love this right here. I'm such a sucker for like California vibes, and this is just screams California to me. Am I going to keep this? It says, don't look down here. Oh, look. I didn't even know that was in there. There's like information and stuff inside the packaging about it. Should I try this? This brand, ColourPop, is like the brand that was started by one of the girls or both that did Urban Decay originally before they sold it off. Yeah, I think I am going to try it. It's kind of giving me the same vibes of the Nars eyeshadow palette, Color Story, the one that I decluttered earlier, that I'm going to try and see if my mom wants. I'm going to go ahead and keep this and use it. All right, let's get over here. Working our way around. Okay. Here I've got a Laura Geller Wheel of Fortune collection. I bought this because I was sentimentally drawn to the collection itself. I am not a fan of Laura Geller makeup in the slightest bit. I do not like her face products. I think they're disgusting. I ordered them. I thought they were like nasty. I do not like made in China makeup, okay? I don't care how much money she spends on her advertising. She ain't going to convince me that it's worth anything, okay? And everybody else that uses it, to each their own. I'm not trying to come for you. I'm not trying to insult you. I'm just saying it doesn't work for me, and it's not my vibe. Aside from that, I ordered this because it's the Wheel of Fortune. Wheel of Fortune was the very, very first set that I was ever on, long before I actually was an actress. And yeah, I spent a Thanksgiving, actually, in the audience and spent the whole day filming. And it was a lot of fun. And it kind of turned me on to the world of acting. Like, I knew that I wanted to be an actress before that, but I never used this cute little face palette. It literally looks like you're spinning for the money. It's so cute. I got it just for the theming. I cannot lie. It's so adorable. I have to keep it just because of the theme. I just have to. I feel the need to. I want to, and I can. Okay, let me live. So I also ended up not using the eyeshadow palette because, again, I'm just not into made in China makeup. And I had purchased this with the intention of using it. I was going to use it when I originally bought it. But then once I got it here and I tried one of the other eyeshadow palettes that I purchased from her and some of the other makeup, because I made like a big purchase and purchased a bunch of stuff all at one time, I was so disappointed in the quality that I was just like, I'm not even going to take the time to deface this beautiful, cute little collection and try the products. I don't even think I'm going to like it. So I just decided to leave this like that with the letters and stuff because it kind of goes into the theme of the Wheel of Fortune vibes. And yeah, I had to keep this. This is so cute. I'm going to keep it. I really just can't help myself. Now, if it gets to the end of this video and I've kept too many palettes and I'm looking at like difficulty for storage and stuff, then I'm going to have to go back through, and these ones that I'm keeping just for sentimental purposes but don't want to use, I'm going to have to get rid of those at that time. So make sure that you stay to the end to see what does actually stay and go, in case I end up pulling out some more at the end just to get rid of more things, as I should be doing to begin with. Going to keep these for now. Okay, here I've got my Hip Dot palettes. I have a couple, like one or two more somewhere else, but I don't have it here right now. Anyways, I ordered the Corn and Evanescence palettes the second time and the final time that they were released. I didn't realize Hip Dot was going to be going out of business at that time. But I thought that they hadn't sent me this one. And so I had, at that time, was having my mail sent to somebody else's house. And I had been asking them if they received this palette, but they didn't have it. They said that only this one had come in. And so I was so concerned, especially because I'm such a big fan of both of these bands and really wanted them not to use, but just to have, because of, like, again, I'm a big fan of these bands. And so I was trying to get them to send me the palettes, because that person, the recipient that had my mail, that was receiving my mail from me at that time, couldn't find either of them, as a matter of fact. But the corn one was already sold out and they only had the Evanescence. So they sent me another one of the Evanescence and refunded me the price for the corn one. And then after I got this palette, couple of weeks later, the person ended up finding where they had originally put the original package, because like HipDot had told me that it said that it was delivered there, and I was like, well, they're saying that they don't have it. They've looked and they've looked and they've looked, and I don't have my package. I really need my palettes. I want those palettes. I was so upset, right? Thankfully, they were very great with their customer service, and they just sent me out another set. But like I said, the corn one had already sold out. And so I didn't get another one of these, but I felt really badly after they ended up finding these, the original ones, because I had said, I thought at that time that I didn't receive them. And so they ended up giving me another one of the Evanescence. So I figured I would actually try the Evanescence eyeshadow palette, since I have one that I can leave intact. And I'm not going to use the corn one. The corn one is more of like a neutral colors. And I heard that the formula really wasn't that great to begin with. I don't expect them to be that great, honestly, because it's a HipDot formula. And so because of that, I'm probably not even going to use this one. It's kind of like blues and silver and gray or whatever. But kind of like the vibe of the color story on the outside. Both of these are very good representations of the color stories inside, except this palette doesn't have red in it. Anyway, I'm going to just keep these for collectors because I love the bands. Here we go, keeping palettes just for packaging. Oh my. All right, so my keep pile is getting a little bit too big. I haven't even gone through the other 2/3 of my collection. I'm definitely going to have to get rid of some more of those palettes because it doesn't look like I'm decluttering that many. Oh, good Lord. Okay, hold on. I'm going to pull some out and declutter them. This is going to go. 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 Okay. This one too. This is going to go. All right. Here we've got the Violet Voss Taupe Notch. I love taupe eyeshadow. I love these colors. But honestly, the quality in this palette is not like the quality in the big pan palettes at all. Or the Take Flight one either, in my experience. I was very disappointed in the lackluster payoff of these mattes, and the shimmers were just very bleh. So this palette, if I would have tried this palette first, I would not have had a good impression of Violet Voss. But because I tried the Cool Vibes palette first, I fell in love with Violet Voss. And I can forgive this bad palette because I love the other ones so much. So anyways, I'm going to declutter this palette. Here is my one and only Huda Beauty palette. This is the Mercury Retrograde. It's a beautiful color story, but I didn't really like the quality of the mattes. The shimmers are just kind of meh. The colors are beautiful, but they're just, the payoff isn't all that great in my experience personally compared to other shimmers that I have in my collection. So as much as I did really want to enjoy this color story, I was just pretty disappointed and really didn't understand the hype. And I don't like the packaging. This palette is gonna go. I loved the name of the palette though, and the color story, as well as this like kind of clear plasticky packaging. That's cute, but like I could have done without her eyes. Maybe like a celestial outside would have been nicer. Anyways, this is gonna go. Okay, I'm starting to make some headway. And I'm getting tired of talking. So after I get through this section, I'm going to take a quick break before I pull out all the next round of palettes to go through. But here we go. All right. Here's the next little chunk. Where's the other one that goes with this? This. I bought these just because of the packaging. I'm not going to lie. I love Alice in Wonderland. But I don't really use Wet n Wild makeup. As much as I keep trying to get myself to use it, I just don't. So as cute as this little face palette is, and as cute as this little face palette is, and as cute as this little face palette is, plus as cute as this little eyeshadow palette is, I'm going to declutter this entire collection completely unopened, unused. Bye. Okay, here we've got two cute little Drugstore brand Christmas themed eyeshadow palettes. I got this just because it was a cute little Christmas vibe. I just couldn't help myself. Look at the attention to the detail. This is my one and only Revolution palette I've ever owned. Oh no, that's not true. Here's one. Anyway, I never opened this. Here's what the color story looks like inside. I literally just got it because it's cute little fuzzy and adorable theming. Same with this elf, and because I actually watched that movie the year that I saw this and I fell in love with that movie. It's my one and only Will Ferrell movie that I like. Here they leave it to you as a surprise. They don't tell you the actual color, just like they don't tell you here either. So that's kind of funny. But they, oh, here it is. They show you the color on the front. Hello, Michelle. This is what the color story looks like for the elf, and that's what the color story looks like for the Grinch. As adorable as these are, I'm never going to actually use these. So I'm going to go ahead and declutter them. Here I've got the, is this dirty? No. Here I've got the Revolution Mean Girls Burn Book eyeshadow palette. I have a channel that I watch here on YouTube, and she absolutely loves this palette. I personally have never used it. I love, love, love the theming so much. I had fun watching this movie just like everybody else did when it first was out, and that's why I bought this. I also bought the little cheek palette that I have already decluttered previously because it was a cream makeup. And I don't think I realized that at the time that I purchased it. Anyways, I feel like this would be a really, really cute Valentine's Day themed eyeshadow palette. And maybe I should try the Revolution brand. But honestly, I just don't need to. So I'm going to go ahead and declutter this unused, unopened. Here I've got the REM Beauty Wicked palette. This is a beautiful eyeshadow palette. It's got a pretty good formula from what I remember. The mattes are decent. The shimmers are really, really impactful, very sparkly. I do like these colors, but I just feel like this actual color story is a little bit limiting and not exactly my most favorite. And I feel like I already have this whole row right here in the Frosty palette. No, I don't. But they do look like they go nicely together. I think I have it in the Pokemon palette. That's where it is. Or the Toy Story. One of those. Anyway, maybe I should go ahead and keep it just because it does have really beautiful shimmers. The packaging is just so bulky though, even though it's so pretty. Look at the detail here. I just love how beautiful this packaging is. As bulky as it is and as limiting as it is, I think I am going to go ahead and keep it. This section here really reminds me of the Pat McGrath Subliminal palette, the one that is got the bright green shimmer. All right, I'm going to put this in my keep pile. Here's the maybe. Okay. Now we're getting down to the brands that I frequently reach for. So this is going to be really hard. Let's just start off here with ABH and work our way back over Tarte. Ooh, that's going to be hard. Okay. I am ready to do this. Let me, though, reposition you maybe so that you can see a little better. Okay, here we are. Here's my one maybe so far. I'm gonna leave that over here close to the keep. All right. This is gonna be hard. These are 3 brands that I really, really love, and there's a few other brands sprinkled in, like my Makeup by Mario, Patrick Todd, Danessa Myricks. So, all right, let's go ahead and do this. Just going to work my way this way now so that we can clear out the center. So, all right. I'm going to start here with the Anastasia Beverly Hills Soft Glam 2. I gave away my Soft Glam 1 to my mom a long time ago. I didn't really use it at that time. I wasn't into warm tones at all, but now I kind of am a little bit. And when this was being discontinued, it made me want it. So I believe I got this palette for like $12 or $10, $8. It was $8, I remember now. I feel like I haven't used this palette that much. Maybe I should give it a fair shot. I'm going to go ahead and keep this palette. I like it for a travel size, and I'm pretty sure I took it with me like a couple of times ago when I traveled last. I'm going to keep the ABH Soft Glam 2. Maybe here. I'm going to put the maybe over there. Maybe is there. Okay, so keep here. Next, we've got the Sultry palette. I love this palette so much. It is broken, so I have to be very careful opening it for you. But this is what my palette looks like. My favorite shade, Dreamer, is completely obliterated. It arrived that way, shattered, and I tried my best to save it, but I just couldn't. My favorites in this palette are Twig, Dystopian, and Slate, and Noir. Those were my favorite shades in this palette. Okay, those are and Dreamer. Those are the ones that I always used like the first time around. This is my second Sultry palette. I got this one for $15 through Ipsy when Ipsy was closing out before they combined with BoxyCharm. So that's how long I've had this palette. I have used it a couple of times, but honestly, not enough to justify the amount of inconvenience that I go through trying to keep this spilt shade from making a mess in my life. As much as I love this palette so much and I coveted it and I longed for it and I really wish that they would have released it, and I even bought the mini that came out similar to it, which will be coming up here in a minute. I've got the mini over here. I really wanted them to release it and everything, but the mini to me is not quite like the original. However, it is close enough in color story that I really just can't justify the hassle that it is for me to keep this messy one around. See, they look different. I can tell by the texture. These are a drier, more powdery type of a formula. And as such, they perform differently than these do. But in theory, you have the same shades here. So I need to just decide to let this one go. I'm going to keep the mini Sultry and let this one go because it's a mess. Breaks my heart to do so, but I'm going to do it. Bye-bye, my beloved Sultry. I love you. I loved you. I don't love you anymore. I'd be keeping you. All right. Anastasia Beverly Hills Rose Metals palette. I wanted this palette for so long, and I have only used it once or twice. I feel like it's very much a fall vibes kind of a palette, and I think I want to keep using it. I'm going to keep this palette. All right, so I'm going to keep the palettes that I'm keeping here together so we can see which ones I'm keeping and which ABH I'm getting rid of. That's what I'm going to do. So get rid of, keep. All right. here I've got the Norvina palette. I have purchased 2 of these. This is my second Norvina palette that I purchased. I panned the first one. This is what my palette looks like. I did pan a palette like the previous one of these that I had, and Soul is my favorite ABH shade of all time, even more so than Twig. Twig is the second one from Sultry. Anyway, and Dreamer. I have Dreamer in here, so that's why I don't mind getting rid of the one that's in the Sultry palette. Honestly, that's the only reason why. But I feel like I should use this palette some more. I miss it. I'm going to try to put this into my rotation in the very near future. Comment down below if you'd like to see any looks with it. Keeping the Norvina. All right. Next, we've got the Anastasia Beverly Hills Fall Romance palette. This is absolutely beautiful. I love the shimmers in here. I love the rich depth of these colors, like the mattes, and even this fun shade Divine there. Reminds me very much of a shade from Pat McGrath that I wish was more purple like this. The one from Pat McGrath is more like a black based version of it, and so you don't quite get the same brightness that you get from this one. Anyway, I'm absolutely not ready to declutter this one from my life, and I'm definitely keeping this. Here I've got the Jackie Aina palette. I know a lot of people really liked this palette. I am drawn to it. I think it's really beautiful, but honestly, I haven't used it that much. And I just, like, there's a few shades in here that I would like to keep. Yeah, I'm going to keep it. Okay. Keeping Jackie Aina. That was easy. Next, we've got the Cosmos palette. I really love this like starry vibe here. I also really love the color story in here. I think it's really fun and a little bit unexpected. There are some shades in here that I can't. No, that's another one. Never mind. I love that I can use all of the shades in here. All of these mattes are really beautiful. I think maybe this one might be a pressed pigment, and that's why I haven't used it. I can't remember. Anyway, I will say that I struggle a little bit with these 2 darker shades, but I can make them work. And I do like having that dark, like smoky, like the ability to really smoke out the darkness with this shade down here. So I like the range that it goes from kind of lighter to darker, and it's got neutral shades as well as like fun shades. I think this palette is very underrated, and I want to make sure that I keep it in my collection and pull it into use maybe like now for some winter looks and headed into spring. Keeping the Cosmos palette from Anastasia Beverly Hills. Okay, next we've got the Nouveau palette. I almost forgot the name. This is the one that has some shades that I can't use. If I remember correctly, it's this one, that one, and that one that I cannot use. But I do have those shade dupes in MAC singles and Natasha Denona shades as well. Specifically, these 2 I get from the that one palette that came from the BoxyCharm that everybody didn't really like, but I liked it. I think it's called the Peak palette. P-E-A-K. Anyway, I digress. I do enjoy this palette and these colors, the like some of these fun colors over here. It does kind of irritate me that I can't use these 3 right there without risk of eye irritation because they're pressed pigments. But I do really like that shade a lot, and this one too, and that one. I'm going to go ahead and keep this palette. Okay, here we've got the Riviera palette. Oh, good Lord. I'm just going to throw that plastic away. I've never used this palette. I picked it up at TJ Maxx on sale. I had been wanting to try this palette for so long, but it sold out long before I was ever, you know, able to afford an Anastasia Beverly Hills eyeshadow palette in my life. So if I remember correctly, yeah, no, wait. So by the time I found this in TJ Maxx, I was over the moon that I was going to be able to have the opportunity to try it. And I've never even used it. I do remember that like these here are pressed pigments, or maybe they all are. I don't remember. but I think maybe it would be fun to try the shimmers. I can't believe I've never even used this palette. Should I try it at least once? Would you be interested in seeing... Hold on. Should I try this at least once? Let me know if you would be interested in seeing me try to create a couple of looks out of this palette, or if like it's just way too old or what. But I'm going to put this in the maybe pile because I'm not 100% sure if I should keep it or get rid of it yet. I'm going to think about that one a little bit more. So now we've got 2 palettes in the maybe section. Here I've got another broken ABH palette. This is the Primrose palette. I really love this palette. It is so underrated, but look at that mess there. These other shimmers are just gorgeous, and I do really enjoy the mattes. Wasn't that big of a fan of the blushes because this is destroyed, and it's just so stressful about how delicate that shade is. I'm going to go ahead and just let this go. I just can't be bothered with broken shades in my life anymore. Okay. Here we've got the Modern Renaissance. I got this when it was being clearanced out. This is the second time that I've ever owned it. The first time I was too afraid to ever use it. And so I barely touched a couple of the neutral mattes a couple of times, and that was it. I've never tried this particular palette here, and I've never tried it now that I know how to do eyeshadows. So I picked this palette up thinking that I might really like to give it a good go, and now that I'm looking at it, some of these shades look absolutely right up my alley, and I can see why so many people loved it. I think I'm going to put this into the rotation and start to use this. So yeah, I'm going to keep the Modern Renaissance and put some use into it and get some use out of it. Keep. All right. Declutter and maybe. Okay. Next, we've got these 2 ABH palettes left. So let's go through them. I'm going to go through the Subculture first. This one I got at the same time as the Riviera. I had always wanted this palette and heard all the like hoopla about what happened with it and everything, but I wasn't in the beauty space when all that went down. So I found out about this years after the fact. I found this at TJ Maxx. By the time this had already come out, it had been re-released and reformulated. So this is like the perfect ABH formula. I didn't have the one that was problematic at all. So I really love this palette, and I'm totally keeping it. I want to get more use out of it. I love this palette. All right, here is the Carly Bible palette. I love this packaging. It is so fun and girly and pretty and sleek, you know. The color story is really fun as well. I'm especially drawn to this top section here of the shimmers, but let me tell you, when I say that for whatever reason, my eyelids or my skin tone eat up these shades, like they just look like a bruise on me. I don't get any beauty out of them, nothing. And so because I can't get my favorite shades in the palette to work, I'm not exactly inclined to reach for this palette for any of these other shades. Maybe some of this would be fun. As a matter of fact, this is kind of reminding me a little bit of Club Nebula, come to think of it. But yeah, actually, maybe I should give this palette a chance again. Maybe back then I wasn't using eyeshadow primer. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure I wasn't using eyeshadow primer back then. So I'm going to give this one a go with my MAC primer, try to give it the best shot possible. I want to create some looks that are cool tone, and then I also want to dip into these beautiful warm shades now that I'm actually into warm shades, and give this palette a go. Maybe I'll have a better impression of it this next time around. So I'm going to go ahead and keep this one, even though honestly, when I reached for it, I was certain I was going to declutter it. I was wrong. That's a keep. Okay, let's stick with the ABH brand and finish off that for this section. So here I've got 3 more minis. I did already show you that I'm keeping the Sultry mini and the Soft Glam 2 Baby like velvety palette. Here are the other 2 minis that the other 3 minis that I have in my collection. I've got this one, ABH Norvina collection. This is the volume 1. Here is what it looks like. I did try to use this, but this is all pressed pigments, and I remember it kind of irritating my eyes, which is really sad because I love all of these bright, fun shades so much, and these two shimmers just look like they would go with any of these colors so beautifully, but I really didn't get to get good use out of this because of the fact that this is all pressed pigments. The entire ABH Norvina collection is pressed pigments, and so that's why these also just didn't work for me. I didn't actually use the orange one, but I bought them both at the same time. I got them at Marshall's, and so I didn't pay very much for them, as you can see. I, of course, dipped into the blue one first because blue is like one of my favorite eyeshadow colors to use and the one that I feel the most comfortable with when it comes to a color. Get it open. Anyway, this is what the gorgeous color story looks like. Oh my God, don't I wish I could play with this palette. Oh, so beautiful. Anyway, this is all pressed pigments. I can't take any chances. I have tried to use a couple of the shades, but that was it. Most of these are completely brand new, untouched. I'm going to see if my friend's daughter might want this to play with and explore, but this is a declutter for me, sadly. Beautiful palette. Here's the other declutter, the ABH Norvina Volume 3. Oh yeah, did I tell you what volume this is? This is Volume 2. The blue one is Volume 2. The orange one is Volume 3. I didn't get any of the other volumes because these were so expensive. I wasn't going to buy them brand new, although I honestly did consider it at one time. But I didn't find any of the others at Marshall's. And so these were the only two that I ended up picking up. And then I found out that I was not able to use it because it was pressed pigments and it hurt my eyes. And so then I was like, well, what's the point? I'm so glad I didn't get them all at full price. Yeah, that would not have been fun in hindsight. Anyways, I really think that this is a beautiful, like, fall, Thanksgiving, Halloween vibes, summer even, like fiery oranges and reds and these beautiful browns and golds. Oh my God, just this palette just looks so fun. I see so many fun combinations and different looks that you can get out of it, including some really beautiful neutral looks that you can wear to work, and then also have some fun, colorful, like, looks for all other occasions. I love that there's blue, there's green, there's orange, there's yellow, there's purple, red. I mean, it literally has like the whole rainbow right here, and neutrals. This is a perfect palette. Never been used, sadly, because it's pressed pigments, and I'm going to declutter it. So these are the 4 Anastasia Beverly Hills palettes that I'm decluttering. Oh, 5. This one too. I'll put this back in a package in case whoever I give this to or whoever I sell it to or whatever might have wanted it in the box. All right, these are declutters. Let me get them out of the way. Okay. These are keeps. And we're down to those 2 maybes again, still right over there in the corner. Let me just grab the random brands now that I have left in this stack, so I can try to keep the others grouped together by brand. Okay. All right. Here we've got a nice little array of some palettes here to go over. Okay, so here we've got this little section. Don't forget, this is maybe right there. Those are 2 maybes. I've got my 2 most recent Charlotte Tilbury palettes here. I do have one more, one of her super long ones. I don't know why that hasn't been pulled out. That'll come up probably in one of the next sections that we go through. But this is the Beautifying Trends, the Denim Dimension, and the Super Neutral. And let me tell you, I absolutely love both of these palettes. As a matter of fact, a lot of the shades in here kind of reminds me of the ColourPop Blue Moon one. Maybe I don't even need to keep the Blue Moon because of that. Well, it's not like I was reaching for it to use it anyways. I just want to keep it for sentimental purposes. Maybe I should just get rid of it and stop putting sentiment into plastic and colored powders, but let me live. For now, I'm going to keep it. Anyways, I'm going to keep both of these beautiful palettes. I absolutely love them. They perform beautifully. They were pretty expensive. I'm happy with them and I enjoy using them. I need to use them more often, so I'm going to keep these and put them up front so I can see them. All right, and then here's another Lorac palette. I got this as a little free gift with purchase at Macy's. I've never actually even used this. Maybe somebody would enjoy this for like a quick little put it in your pocket and take with you, but I don't know. It's called the Pro Party Ready palette. I'm gonna go ahead and declutter it. All right, and then here I've got an LA Girl Celestial Soiree glitter palette, and I purchased this because I wanted more glitters in my collection. I had just tried the Profusion glitters and really enjoyed it and thought that it might be fun to have some others in my collection and try some other brands and see how they stick. Well, I've never actually opened this one up, and it looks really fun. I love the colors. You've got like a neutral one here. You got a really beautiful iridescent one there. And then you've got some like really fun club party colors here. This looks very like fairy tale fantasy celestial vibes. This is very like warm toned, very like fall or whatever. And yeah, I just think that this would have been a really nice little glitter palette. But honestly, I just haven't been wearing glitter that much. And I enjoy the couple of ones that I reach for over and over again. And I don't need as many as I picked up after all. So I'm going to go ahead and declutter this to somebody brand new, unused, and hopefully somebody else will be able to get better use out of it. Okay. Next, I've got the Discovery eyeshadow palette from Rare Beauty, Give Yourself Grace. And I haven't used this palette yet, but I had waited and waited and waited for this to get restocked, and it finally restocked, and then I guess it went out forever. Ooh. But this is what the palette looks like. It's really beautiful. I need to use it. I'm curious to check it out. It would be my first Rare Beauty eyeshadow palette to try, and I need to work this into the rotation. So comment down below, let me know your thoughts on this palette if you've ever tried it. I like how it's got the little like moon shapes. I really am into that. Anyways, I'm pretty sure I got this on sale, but I can't remember the exact price that I paid for it. And yeah, I'm looking forward to trying this. I'm going to keep it. Okay, next I've got the Santa Knows When You're Being a Biatch from Polite Society. I got this just because of the Santa theming. I wanted a Christmas palette, and also I wanted to try the Polite Society. This is from the makers of Too Faced, if I remember correctly. And so I'm a big fan of Too Faced makeup, and so I thought maybe I would really enjoy this palette. I did really enjoy this palette. I used this when I went to Breckenridge over Christmas. Not this last Christmas, but the Christmas before. It's a really beautiful palette, but as you can see, I just started choking on the scent. It's fragranced heavily, and I remember having to wash off my makeup right away because it was hurting my, it gave me some irritation, and I started choking and coughing. So as much as I love the color story, it's a beautiful color story, I love the packaging, and I really wanted to try the brand. I can't with all the fragrance in it. I'm going to go ahead and declutter this. Okay, here we've got this Jaclyn Cosmetics eyeshadow palette, the Luxe Legacy eyeshadow palette. This is the one that her mother did. She did like with a collab with her mom or something like that. I have never used this palette. Let me see if I can get it open without ruining my nail polish. You know what? I'm concerned that I might be losing my battery soon. So let me go plug you up. Hold on. All right. Hopefully I didn't throw off the perspective too much. But oh, that's kind of cool. Nice little touch. All right, so here is the packaging of, goodness, the actual palette. Okay, this is what the palette looks like. I really like, you know, the like New Year's vibe that it gives or whatever. I should have used this on New Year's actually. That would have been nice. This is what the palette looks like. It looks like really beautiful color story, very like muted, kind of earthy, maybe like more fall and winter with some neutral tones that you can of course use year round. But I like that it's got that like gray blue version. It kind of reminds me a little bit of the tone that Makeup by Mario has in one of the neutral matte palettes that he released more recently. Anyway, this is a really beautiful color story. But I think I'm just going to go ahead and declutter this to somebody who might appreciate it more than I do, because I already have a lot of these tones available to me. And this is brand new still, and I should just give it to somebody instead of trying it out just because I'm curious, which is why I purchased it. I had intended to give my opinion and review, but that was before I found out that the business was going under, and it was pointless for me to give my opinion because you wouldn't be able to get anything from there anyway. And so it was just like not a smart purchase for my channel. I used to really enjoy doing like palette reviews, and I would try to kind of get in early when they would come out, or at least like while they were still relatively relevant. But I just, over time and stuff, and my lack of ability to sit and film for a bit, I just kind of got out of doing that, and I just got overwhelmed with palettes that I intended to do that with. So this is just one of the ones that is collateral damage because of that. I'm going to go ahead and declutter this. Here we've got the Danessa Myricks Lightwork Volume 6. This is the Freedom palette. This is my only Danessa. Oh, that's not true. I now have another one. This was my first Danessa Myricks palette. And sure, you can guess, this is not going anywhere. I love this palette and I need to use it more. Keep. All right. So next over here. All right. Starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel for this section here, thankfully, because I'm ready for a break soon. Okay. Here we've got the Patrick Ta Major Dimension 2 palette. This was the second Patrick Ta palette that I got. I had to think about that for a second. This was the first one that I got, and actually maybe the other way around. I don't know. Anyway, I do use this palette. This is number 2, and no, that's number 1, and this is number 2, the matte one. And I personally love the matte. Love the matte one so much more. I'm a matte girly, so naturally I gravitate towards them. I prefer the cooler tone over the warmer tone row, but I don't really find the cream eyeshadows useful at all. I really pretty much just stick to these shadows here. And in here, there's still a couple of shades that I haven't even touched yet, I think. Looks like it. Anyway, and I haven't even touched those creams either. So I don't like all of the shades from the palette, but I do enjoy the palette. And I need to get more use out of these because they were expensive and they're a beautiful formula, and I might as well use them. I've got them. I'm going to keep both of these. Next, we're going to get into my Makeup by Mario collection. I have 6 Makeup by Mario eyeshadow palettes. This is my entire Makeup by Mario eyeshadow palette collection. Let's go through them one by one and see which ones I'm going to keep and which ones I'm going to declutter. Here we go. So I'm going to start with the minis. Here we've got this little Makeup by Mario, the Glam Quads in Bronzy Glam. I got these all 3 for $25. It was like a sale or a special or whatever. This one is a beautiful warm toned golden, like a golden hue neutral eyeshadow palette. It's really pretty. It's a great formula, but I don't really reach for this that much, like these tones that much. And if I'm going to, I feel like kind of have them in here. Yeah, if I'm going to reach for those tones, I feel like I kind of have them in here. So although it's not an exact dupe because you've got more of like that goldeny hue there, I just feel like it's a bit redundant. And although this would be nice and convenient for travel, it's only got one matte. And so that's just not how I do my makeup. I'm going to declutter this one. Here we've got the Makeup by Mario Glam Quads Party Glam. This is the one that's kind of like a pink and, oh, no. This is the shades of blue with a little pop of gold and silver. And honestly, this is like you can get several looks out of this actually. This is a surprisingly versatile eyeshadow palette. The blue matte is beautiful. The silver shimmer is gorgeous. The gold is quite flattering, even though I'm not a fan of gold shimmers to begin with. It looks really great with my brown eyes. This blue shimmer is really lovely as well. You can pair like this matte with each of these and create a totally different look. You can pair the blues together. I just feel like you can kind of do a lot. So although I thought I was going to declutter this when I first picked it up, I think I'm going to go ahead and keep it. That's a keep. Here we've got the Makeup by Mario Glam Quad in Rosy Glam. This is the one that's pink and purple here. And it's kind of actually more like of a neutral pink and purple, kind of like a grown pink purple with a little pop of a silver. I feel like this would be a really great everyday, colorful, in a mature manner type of a palette. And I don't even think I've actually used this one yet. This is the one of the three that I haven't used yet. I'm going to go ahead and keep this one. Here we've got the two neutral palettes, the mattes. I've got the Master Mattes Neutrals and the Master Mattes, the first one. So this one is the warm toned one. Nikki Lil Rose uses this palette so much and raves about it all the time. I personally think this palette is okay. I don't think it's as great as she does, but I do reach for it. I do like it, and I'm going to go ahead and keep it. It's a good staple palette. Would I repurchase it? I think no. I would prefer a different matte palette as opposed to this one. Just me personally, because I feel like there's not enough cool tones in here to really balance out some of these warm shades. But I do like the performance of this palette, and since I do have it, I'm going to keep it. Here is the one that I prefer more. This is the more recent one that he released. This one leans a little bit more cool toned, and I really prefer this palette the most. Out of the two of those matte palettes from Makeup by Mario, this is the one that I reach for the most often. I really, really like it a lot. Kind of forgot that I had this in my collection as of late, and so it would be really good for me to pull this into the rotation more often and get some use out of it. I'm going to go ahead and keep this and put it up on my vanity so I can remember to use it. Here we've got my very first Makeup by Mario palette and why I ended up buying all those others. This was the Ethereal Eyes eyeshadow palette. And I have to say, I'm glad that I gave his mattes a chance aside from the mattes that are in this palette, because I don't really like this palette that much. The mattes in here are a little bit dusty, not quite as performative as the mattes that are in like the all matte palette. These shimmers were okay, but not as beautiful as I expected them to be from the way that they look in the palette. I don't know, this palette here just gave me a little bit of a disappointment, and that's why I didn't repurchase it to get a new fresh one when he released it again. This is a declutter. Okay, now we're down to Too Faced and Tarte. This is going to be interesting because I love these two brands so much, and I have a lot of palettes from them. Let's go ahead and go through Too Faced first. I'm going to start off here with Too Faced Pumpkin Slice, what? Oh goodness. Pumpkin Spice Second Slice. This is a very fun, fall-themed color story. I love the orange shades in here. They really perform really nicely, even though this isn't their usual tin packaging formula. And I tend to prefer the tin packaging formula a lot more than this cardboard packaging. But I did really enjoy this palette a lot each time that I've played with it, and I find myself really drawn just to the packaging mostly. I didn't even reach for it this last Thanksgiving. I didn't really do Thanksgiving looks, And as fun as it is, I think I'm going to go ahead and just declutter it. Wow, I didn't see that coming. Okay, I'm gonna do the side by side so we can see how many I keep and how many I declutter from this brand, because I really love Too Faced and I'm curious to see how the stacks compare. Here we've got the Too Faced Marial palette, Amor Caliente. This is my go-to Valentine's Day palette. I absolutely love this palette. I love every shade in this palette. It gives me no eye irritation. It's so beautiful. It's so pigmented. The formula in this palette is so superior to many of the other palettes that I've ever tried from Too Faced. I really wish that I could get a fresh one of these, but this one still works just nicely and I'm going to keep it in my collection. I'm looking forward to using it again this Valentine's Day. Keep. Here we've got the maple syrup pancakes, and this came out last year, I believe it was, or maybe the year before. Anyways, some people didn't really like the color story. They're like not understanding the color story for the theming. I can see the color story being a little bit of a stretch for the theming, but I did really enjoy using this palette when I used it, and I think you can get a lot of fun, colorful combinations out of here. It would be really fun to travel with this. You've got this like really beautiful green matte that can go with this gorgeous green. You can do like a green purple look. You can do a purple, blue, and pink look, which I love to do a lot. You can do a pink and purple look. You can do neutral looks out of this so that you don't have to do a colorful look. It just has so much versatility. Honestly, when I first picked it up, I thought I was going to declutter it, but I don't think I'm ready to let this one go yet, and I'm going to keep it. Okay, next we've got the Too Faced Cinnamon Swirl. I love the packaging. I love cinnamon swirls. I love cinnamon rolls so much, and honestly, I was really drawn to this because not only is it a neutral color story, but it's also got that really beautiful, fun pop of purple. I'm surprised that I haven't used this palette a lot more than I have, come to think of it. I feel like it just leans a little bit too warm for me to just like gravitate towards it, but it is really good. Like, it's a really good, solid, warm toned color story. I just also have these shades so many times over in other palettes. Not really sure if I need to keep this one. I'm going to put this in my maybe pile. Okay. Next, we've got Too Faced Pumpkin Spice. This is my first Too Faced tin palette that I ever had. This was my very first Too Faced palette. Okay. This is the one. I got this at Ulta. It was my very first time to be able to purchase a palette like that at the time that I could afford, and I was really excited about it. It was a little bit too colorful for me to feel comfortable with it. I didn't really like use it once I actually got into using colors. I just was reaching for like my Natasha Denona colorful palettes and stuff like that. For whatever reason, I just don't feel very inspired by this palette, which is kind of crazy because you would think that I would really be drawn to it since it's got this beautiful purple matte. Come to think of it, I'm going to try to give this palette a really solid opportunity to create some fun looks out of it and see if I can like it more than I seem to so far. But also, like, why? I have these shades in Natasha Denona shades. I've got all of this row right here, which is the row that I'm really drawn to. I've got all of these colors here in Natasha Denona palettes. I really don't need this palette. And it's really, really old. It still smells good. And for whatever reason, the fragrance, like the scent from these eyeshadows don't ever bother me. I don't know what the difference is between this and others, but you can get some great fall looks out of it, some great spring looks, some fun cool tone looks, some warm tone looks. I really think this is a palette that I should give another chance. I'm going to put this in the maybe pile. Oh, man. My maybe pile is suddenly growing. Okay, here we've got the Too Faced Sweet Peach palette. Everybody loved this palette. Everybody that I ever heard of had nothing but good things to say about this palette. Actually, I can see some of these really cool tones, like these really soft cool tones being a beautiful, like everyday look that maybe I should try. When I first started using this palette, I tried to use some of these like more taupey shades and the purples and stuff, and I really wasn't very impressed with the greens or the purples. I didn't like the way they looked at all. But I didn't try to get like a simple, neutral, everyday look out of it with this really pretty cool tone and like the black. So I think I'm gonna give this palette another try and see if I can have an appreciation for it. Because so far I didn't have a really good impression of it like everybody else seemed to. So I just want to give it another chance and see if I can enjoy it. I'm going to keep this one. Here we've got the Too Faced Chocolate Bar palette. This was one that I picked up at Marshall's well after the time that everybody had been raving about it for years and years and years. I had seen this in so many people's project pans that I was like, feeling like I missed out. And so when I saw this at Marshall's, I got it for $9.99. I was like, you know what? I'm going to pick it up and see if I can like it too. I'm going to give it a try because I feel like I didn't really give it a fair shot. Some of these neutral tones look like they'd be really, really fun to use. I'm going to keep this one too. I love this palette here. This is the Too Faced Happily in Love. I'm absolutely keeping this palette. This is so fun and colorful. The formula in here is so much better than many of the other 10 palettes like from the past. I feel like they improved when they did this year. I think this is already like 2 years old by now. Anyway, yeah, this does lean a lot more like warm toned in the color story overall and the different combinations that you can get. But I love these greens. I love this red so much. Absolutely love the mattes. I'm keeping this palette hands down. This one I picked up when it was on clearance on the Too Faced website, and I got it just because I couldn't help it. The packaging just sold me. How adorable is that? Look at it. I mean, so cute. Okay, here is what the color story looks like inside. I've hardly used it, but it is really beautiful. And back when I did try it, it was before I had started using eyeshadow primer. And I really feel like my MAC eyeshadow primer makes a huge, huge difference in the performance and the longevity of the shadows and the blendability too, the way that they perform just overall. So I think that I would like to give this palette a solid effort to do like a no pan left behind, use every single shade, create several different looks, and give it an honest go to see if I end up liking the palette or not. I'm going to keep this palette and work on using it with my MAC eyeshadow primer. Okay, I feel like I'm making good headway and I need to start going like a different direction before I fall off the bed with my keep. Okay, here we've got the Too Faced Born This Way, the Natural Nudes. This is a beautiful color story. I really did enjoy using this palette the few times that I did use it. I got this on clearance for $12 when it was leaving the website. So many people that I know on Instagram loved this palette so much, and I saw it featured so many times. But for me, I just didn't love it as much as everybody else did. I think it's a great palette. It is really beautiful, especially for like bridal looks. But again, I need a little bit more of a cooler tone. I like this shade here and this one too, but these are just a little bit too warm for me. I would like a little bit more of a cool tone vibe in it. This is just not my ideal palette. I don't feel like I gave some of these shades a fair chance. Maybe I should try to create some more looks out of it before I completely write it off. I'm going to put this in the maybe pile. I'm not sure yet. Okay, here we've got the Too Faced Better Than Chocolate palette. This is a really fun palette. Now, this one is also very similar to the cinnamon roll one in the fact that it's really like warm tone browns, but I like that this has a pop of like purpley blue, and it's like a blue, kind of like a blue purple, like a midnight blue purple. It's a really, really beautiful shifty shade, and I really enjoy using this palette. So I'm going to keep this one and try to get some more use out of it. I got this one on clearance on sale at Sephora. Can't remember how low it was, but it was really, really low. Next, we've got one of my other favorite Too Faced palettes. The Marielle is definitely like my top favorite Too Faced palette of all time, but this one is a strong contender for number two. This is the Italian Spritz. This is a great palette for summer. I have gotten so much use out of this palette. I've taken it with me when I've traveled to several different places, several different times. I never feel like I'm needing anything else when I use it. I really enjoy this palette, even though it's not very cool tone, but it's got my shades of blue that I can enjoy. It's got a little pop of like lavender purple that's kind of pinky. I like the neutrals out of it, and I just really enjoy this palette a lot. It's a lot of fun. I'm gonna definitely keep this. Here we've got a Too Faced palette that most people didn't enjoy, but I personally really love this palette. This is the Too Faced Cosmic Crush. This is another one of those in the packaging kind of formulas, not the tin. This is a really pretty kind of like dusty, cool toned, colorful leaning palette. I will say I struggled a little bit with these two shades when I was trying to get them to like work into the look that I was using last time, but not enough to totally write this palette off. More so just enough to get me to want to try it again. And there's still lots of shades in here that I haven't even used. So I want to keep this palette and create some more looks with it. I feel like this palette is perfect for like winter and fall and Halloween looks too, but you can also do some really fun spring colorful looks. I feel like this is a great year-round palette. You can also do neutral looks with just like some of these more everyday colors. I think that this is a very underrated palette, and I got this on clearance, and I'm so glad that I did. I also really, really love the packaging. Yeah. Okay, now we're gonna get into the next row of Too Faced palettes, which is this right here. Okay, let's start off with the big one. This is the Too Faced Merry Merry Makeup. Here is what this palette looks like. It's really giant to open up, and it's just really no reason to. It looks just like this. I did use this one time when I was in Breckenridge. I used it during one of my Vlogmas videos, and I did enjoy it. I completely forgot, now that I'm looking at it, that I have a variety of blushes and a highlight in here. So that's kind of nice, like for travel, that it's an all-in-one everything face palette, and it really does give you quite a variety of different shades. You can make colorful looks, you can make really warm tone sultry looks, smoky, slightly more cool tone looks, everyday neutral looks. I really feel like this is a great versatile palette. It is scented, if I remember correctly. Hold on. Nope, it's not scented. It is really giant. I do love the fact that it is a Christmas themed palette, and when you open it up, it looks like a Christmas tree, just like that. I'm gonna go ahead and keep this. It's a fun palette. No reason not to. Okay. Next, we've got the Too Faced Teddy Bear palette. This is a cute little palette. I love the way the packaging looks. It's really sleek and slim. I don't really appreciate how high up this bear sticks up off of the palette, because it's really cumbersome when I'm trying to stack my palettes, and then it creates like a rocking bit there, and that's kind of annoying. But as much as this color story looks really beautiful, I really didn't appreciate the formula in this particular release. Maybe I should give it another shot and try to be a little bit more varied in some of the shades that I try, but I just didn't ever really feel compelled to try it again after I used it that one time. It was just kind of like, meh, I've got these shades 10 times over. I don't need this one, you know? I got this palette on sale. If I remember correctly, I think I only paid like $12 for it. I think I got it at Sephora on clearance, if I remember correctly. I'm not 100% sure. Anyways, it's a really, really cute palette and like a cute concept, but it just was a little bit of a miss for me. I'm going to declutter it. Okay, now we've got these minis, and then, well, let's go ahead and go into the other Christmas trio here. I got these at the same time that I got that Mary Mary makeup. This came in a trio all together, which is a great little set to gift. As you can see, you can write to and from and separate them, or you can buy them all for one person. This is this one here. I really did enjoy each of these palettes. I felt like I was able to get a complete look out of each of them. They all had a little bit different of a color story to offer, and I felt like I had fun playing with each one. You can get at least 1 or 2 looks out of each of these palettes, and each of them also has a little face makeup to go with it too, which I just thought was a nice little touch. And so I did really enjoy this set, but I don't need all 3 of them. So out of these 3, this is the one that I want to keep for sure. I think this one here, I thought that I would want to keep because of this really pretty like blue combo and this gorgeous, actually I want to keep this one too because of these really pretty blue combos and this gorgeous kind of cool tone vibe. You can get a neutral look out of it. I'm going to keep this one as well. But this one here is just a little bit too, I've got these tones several times over. The actual shades themselves don't look that great on my particular skin tone. I feel like it might show up better on someone else than it does on me. So I'm going to go ahead and declutter this one here. I've got like a dog hair or something in there. Hold on. Oh, it's still stuck there. Anyway, I'm going to declutter this one. Okay. These are the 3 that what's happening? This one is a keep. This one is a keep. This one was a maybe. I'm going to keep this one too. Yeah. In hindsight, I'm going to keep this one too. I really like this fiery shade. I like these neutral mattes. I like the warm tone mattes. I enjoy this palette. I'm just going to keep it. This one I did say I wanted to keep still. And this one is my favorite. I'm not letting that one go. Okay, I just got myself confused. So now this is my maybe pile. I have 5 eyeshadow palettes in my maybe pile. Just kind of a lot. Okay. This is the stack that we're working on next, and then is the Tarte section, and then I will have to, and then that will be it for this first round. I'll have to go get the next section of palettes out, and we'll go on from there. Okay. Here's the Too Faced Let's Play. Hold on now. I feel like my lighting is really getting thrown off. Okay. Here's a Too Faced Let's Play palette. This is so cute. I love the packaging. And this is the fun little color story. Let's see if I can. This is the fun little color story here. It's really beautiful, but especially in the Bloom palette and several other palettes, I just don't really feel like I need this. I'm going to let this go. I was just keeping it for the packaging, honestly. Here we've got the Christmas coffee. A lot of these minis I liked just for the exterior packaging. I can't tell a lie. I don't really need these colors either. And this one's scented really heavily. I don't really like it. I do love this particular shimmer here, but other than that, there's really nothing special about this particular palette aside from the cute little packaging. I'm going to go ahead and declutter it. Here we've got the Too Faced Shake Your... Oh, I've been putting these away. Hold on. That's what I was supposed to be doing, was keeping up with how many Too Faced I decluttered. Anyway, I couldn't do it. I forgot, and I'm putting them away. Okay. Here we've got the Too Faced Shake Your Pom-Poms. This is a really cute little color story, but these shades don't really show up on me very well, sadly, so I'm going to go ahead and declutter it. Too Faced to Be My Lover. This is a really cute little color story. I love this beautiful, like, bright peach. These are fun. I'm going to keep this one. That's my jam. This is my favorite mini Too Faced palette in my collection. I'm absolutely keeping this. I love these. Even though they give a lot of fallout and stuff, if you use a good eyeshadow primer with it and a glitter glue, it's really fun. And the colors are so impactful. Keeping. Too Faced Tickled Peach. This one here is so pretty. Really, really pretty. I feel like it's kind of giving me that Nars palette vibes with a little pop of purple, but I'm going to go ahead and declutter it. Wait, maybes, declutters. Keep, declutter, maybe. Okay. Here we've got the Tickled Peach. I said I'm decluttering. Next, we've got the Forbidden Fruit. This is such a cute little Christmas packaging. Oh my gosh, that's what I got it for, to be quite honest with you. And this smells so intensely. The colors are a little bit, this is a little fun, but honestly, I have this color several times over in my collection as well. I'm going to go ahead and declutter this. I don't really need it. Kitty Likes to Scratch. This is a great everyday neutral palette, but I don't really need it. It's a little bit too warm toned for me to really reach for it as frequently as I feel like I should. It's just taking up a lot of space, and I feel like somebody else might enjoy it better. I'm gonna go ahead and declutter. Salted Caramel, never even used it. Really pretty. Very warm. Have these shades several times over. Do not need it. Declutter. Still smells delicious. Too Faced Light My Fire. Cute, cute little packaging. Oh my God. That is just such a fun color story. I've still to this day never used it, but I really want to. I feel like this would be great for fall, Halloween, summer, great on the go. It is very warm toned or whatever, but the packaging and the color story, I just can't help myself. I'm going to keep it. So cute. Okay. Here we've got the Major Love. This is also really, really cute for Valentine's Day, just because, you know, Major Love. This smells like fresh green pears. Here's what the color story looks like. This is a fun color story. The colors are so great. I really like the shimmers. I'm going to go ahead and keep this one. The ones that are in the packaging is because I haven't used them yet. Here we've got the Gingerbread Spice. This is what the color story looks like. Also, never used it. Here's the cute little packaging. Oh my gosh, look at that. Never used it before. Probably not ever going to use it. I do want to see how these look though on my eyes. I'm going to keep it. Oh, Jesus, show. Okay. Here's my last Too Faced palette is the Just Peachy Mattes. This is my very first all matte palette ever of all time, and no longer smells good. It doesn't smell like anything anymore. This thing is at least 7 years old, at least. Beautiful, beautiful mattes. Really enjoyed them when I used it. I used it a lot, actually. Can't tell by looking at it, but I think I'm going to go ahead and declutter it because there's just really no need to keep it now. Be great for some great smoky everyday looks, but yeah, declutter. Okay, so these are the declutters. These are the ones that I'm keeping. Really? I didn't declutter anything else? Okay, so since I've got these here in the maybe, I'm going to go ahead and just declutter them so that I have less that I'm keeping, because, yeah, it just feels really overwhelming, like I'm keeping a lot. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of these. So I'm getting rid of these Too Faced palettes here. Okay, the last section that we're going to get into here is my Tarte section. This should be pretty easy. Even though I love Tarte, I don't love all of the Tarte palettes that I have. This is the Tarte 50th anniversary palette that released, the Tarte Reflections palette. This looks really beautiful and was really coveted when it released. Hold on. Okay. This color story looks really, really beautiful. And I do love the vibe of it overall. But something about these shimmers is just very similar to the shimmers that are in the Maneater palettes, in my opinion. They're just a little bit too like flaky, sparkly, and I get a lot of fallout from them, and I don't really like using them. They just feel a little bit thin, not really my favorite shimmers to use. The mattes are okay, but if I'm not going to be using the shimmers, why am I going to dip into this big palette for mattes, you know? So I don't know. Quite honestly, I love the color story in here, but I was a little disappointed with this palette. And I honestly just picked it up because I thought I was going to love it since I loved the other big one so much. And to do a video on my channel. The videos that I did with this did really well. So that's great. But, or like really, really well for me, that is. So that's great. But I think I'm going to go ahead and just pass this palette on. Okay, here we've got the Tartelette All Matte palette from Tarte. This is what this palette looks like. It is a cool toned matte color story. Can you see? Is there enough light here? Okay, so here is the color story. I hope that you can see. The sun is kind of shining in here in my room now and throwing the lighting off a little bit, but this is a great neutral everyday color story. I'm going to go ahead and keep this. Keep here. This is the palette that I've been using on repeat lately. This is my second time to own this palette. This is the Tartelette. I got this for $10 when it was on clearance a year ago this past Christmas because they were releasing the new packaging. And I'm absolutely going to keep this palette. I love it. Here we've got the Tarte Glamazon palette. This is a really fun palette for warm shades and a little pop of green and yellow. Oh, green and blue and gold, actually. These are really beautiful shades for warm shades, like I said. And I do enjoy that green matte. I really like all the shades in here, but I don't find myself reaching for this palette that much just because I don't really reach for warm tones with the pop of blue or warm tones with the pop of green. I did kind of like get this palette to review it on my channel, but also because I love Tarte palettes and I thought I would enjoy it. I really wanted a pop of blue and a pop of green from Tarte, and I'm glad to have it. I'm going to go ahead and keep it. I'm sure I'll get some more use out of this. It's just been a little while since I've used it. Just need to work it into the rotation. Here's the Tartelette Little Juicy. I kind of regret not getting the 40 pan, the big giant one when they had this. I don't know why they would release 3 different sizes. They released this 9 pan, a 16 pan, and the big giant like 30 pan or something like that. 40 pan, that's what it was. And I feel like I should have gotten the 40 pan. I have enjoyed the looks that I've gotten out of this palette. It is a really pretty, like soft spring rosy kind of a color story, but it's just a little bit too meh, not enough oomph. And I've got these shades plenty of times over in other palettes, so I'm going to go ahead and just pass this one along. Next, we've got the Tartelette Energy palette. This is one of my friend's favorite Tarte eyeshadow palettes. I personally didn't seem to enjoy it quite as much as she does, but I haven't given it a full opportunity. She did say that it does have some fallout, which is what my problem with it is. The shimmers really, really do fall out a lot, like even throughout the day, and I don't really appreciate that. I want my shimmers to stay on my eyes. I don't know. I also feel like, I mean, like, yeah, you could get a neutral look out of it and not have to do the colors, but I just really didn't like this palette as much as I was expecting to. I'm going to go ahead and pass this one along. Next, we've got the Aspen Ovard Tarte palette. I have 2 of these. It's been a while since I've used it. Next, we've got the Aspen Ovard Tarte palette. I have 2 of these. It's been a while since I've used it. I kind of forgot about it, and it's looking a little gross, like dirty. I need to clean it. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and it looks like that's fallout. That's like powder falling over from here, the blush. That's what I don't like about having blush in eyeshadows. The rest of my shades get really dirty. I'm going to go ahead and keep it and just try to get some more use out of it. Okay. Then we've got these 2 palettes here that came in a set. One of them is Glamour and the other one is Gilded. So let's do Gilded first. Gilded is the more like warm toned one. I've never even used this one yet before. And honestly, I feel like I should give it to somebody brand new since I haven't used it and I have these shades so many times over. Also, like I said about the shimmers in the big Reflections palette, these are those flaky shimmers, not the same shimmers as the ones that are in their staple like 12 pan palettes that I prefer that are less sparkly. I'm not really a big fan of the super sparkly shimmers from Tarte. That's what I've come to realize. So I don't want this palette. I'm going to declutter it. Declutter. And then that also goes with this more cool tone version. Now this one is really beautiful. I love the mattes. I might even keep this palette just for the mattes. Maybe occasionally pop into some of those. I'm going to keep the cool tone version. I'm going to keep that one. Okay, here we've got the Tarte Big Ego. This has got some beautiful cool toned mattes, and I do really like the colors of the shimmers that are in here. But again, these shimmers are really those flaky ones, and I just don't really like how they fall out all over me. Come to think of it, there's really no reason for me to keep this one either. I have these beautiful cool tones in other palettes. Well, hold on. These shimmers here look like the kinds of shimmers that I do like. They don't look as sparkly as some of these other flaky ones, if you see what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm going to keep this one and declutter this one. Okay. Before I get to the big three, let me finish off these tiny ones here. This is my absolute favorite miniature palette from Tarte. This is the Glamazon To Go palette. I've used this palette so many times. I mainly use this shade, and that shade. Occasionally that one. Don't know if I've ever touched that one. Don't know if I ever will. I'm going to go ahead and keep this. I enjoy it. This one here is the miniature of this here, and I don't feel like it's anything like it at all. This is so warm toned and so like copper and cool. I really don't like the looks that I get out of it, but I have used it a lot just because it's so like small and easy and convenient to grab. Maybe I'll try using some of these shimmers with the mattes from here because I have found that the shimmers in here just aren't quite enough to give me anything in my look. So yeah, I'm going to keep these to use them together. Here we've got the Tarte Maneater, down to the last three from this segment. This is the Tarte Maneater. This is the first Maneater palette that I ever purchased. I really, really love the beautiful fall tones of this color story. I enjoyed the matte's performance a lot, but again, I have come to realize that I don't like these really flaky shimmers. They're just a little bit too impactful for my preference. I like more of the satin kind of regular shimmers like these from Tarte along with their mattes. Not really into these super sparkly flaky colors. I'm going to go ahead and declutter this. This is just not my jam. Here is the Tarte Maneater Nightfall palette. Now this one I thought I was really going to be in. Okay. Now this one I really thought I was going to be into because of this row right here. And although this row does draw me to it, the mattes in here faded when I used them. I wasn't happy with the mattes at all. I haven't tried these more neutral mattes. Maybe they would be fine, but I feel like I have better quality palettes with these colors in them that I actually reach for. I don't need this. I actually prefer the Too Faced palettes that have these tones in it more than I do the Tarte ones. So I don't need this at all. I'm going to declutter this one too. Here's the last palette of this section, and then we'll revisit the two maybes over here before I take a quick break and regroup to bring you the next segment of palettes. Here's the Tartelette Full Bloom eyeshadow palette. I got this when it first came out. I was so sad that it went away. I love this palette so much. I know it looks like not much. I know it looks like a boring, neutral, barely there, soft colored color story. But I have used this palette so many times. Every single time I've ever reached for it, I feel very put together, polished, and just simple and pretty. Nothing too extravagant, nothing too elaborate, nothing too flashy. You know, can't ever go wrong with anything that I've created out of this palette. I really enjoy this palette a lot. I do wish I had a couple of more like really light, bright shimmers. But the one there at the top middle, Sun-Kissed, is good enough. And I love the mattes. And I just really enjoy this palette for a soft, everyday, easy go-to neutral color story. So I'm definitely going to keep this palette. Okay, back to the two maybes from this segment here. The Riviera palette. I'm going to declutter it, unused. Frosty the Snowman ColourPop palette. Keep. Okay, so here is my keep pile right there so far. Now I am going to move into the next section of palettes. Okay, so here we are for this section of my eyeshadow palette declutter. I've got it a little bit more sorted than the previous section, but, well, no, anyways. I've got them in a couple of different groups here. We'll go ahead and go through them one by one, just like the other parts. I'm going to start off here with this little container right here. It's got my newest eyeshadow palettes in my collection. This one is the most recent addition to my eyeshadow palette collection. I picked it up a couple of days ago in store when I returned something that they didn't have in the right shade to exchange. So I ended up picking up this in replacement of that. Anyway, so this is my newest eyeshadow palette in my collection, the Natasha Denona Mini Cool Sculpt. And I am so happy to have it. I really love it a lot. I like it a lot more than the warm one. Spoiler. Mini Natasha Denona eyeshadow palette ranking coming soon. Okay, let's move on. Keep. Okay, but this is the eyeshadow palette stack that I got for the Sephora sale last fall, and we're currently in winter, just after like the start of the new year 2026. But I got these at the very, like towards the end of 2025. And so I'm going to be keeping all of these eyeshadow palettes. The other eyeshadow palette actually that I got in this stack was this one, but I've already used this one, so I don't have it here with the ones that I haven't used yet. And I did film a video with this one already and share my first impressions. Ooh, it's breaking. I need to be more careful with this one, but I'm going to keep every single one of these eyeshadow palettes. Let me just show you which ones they are. It's the Danessa Myricks Freedom Pastel Dream. It's a little bitty, like, 6-pan of really pretty shades. I think it's got like mattes and I think it might have like mattes and shimmers. I'm really not sure, but I'm going to do a look with this palette soon. I'm going to be keeping this. I'm also going to be keeping my very first ever little Kaja eyeshadow stack. This, I consider it a palette. It's a little trio. It's more than one, so I figured it can go here in the palette. It might have also gone good into like my singles and minis section, but here we are. It's in the new palettes that I still need to review. So this is the blue shade one. Here's the words. I'm going to keep that one. I also have this Urban Decay Naked Mini Half-Baked palette. It looks like it's a very warm tone, kind of like brown neutral warm tone leaning. I thought this might be fun to pick up. I got this on clearance, and, you know, as you'll see here in a minute, I love the naked eyeshadow palettes. I've gotten the full-size ones there and then a lot of the minis over here. So I really just wanted to add this to my mini stack and try it. I'm keeping that. Here's the other Dose of Colors eyeshadow palette that I picked up. I am very late to the party on this brand Dose of Colors, but I really like the first one that I tried, the one that I showed you a minute ago, the cool one. And so this one is the Baked Browns, and I'm going to be trying that. I'm obviously keeping this. Expect a video coming up kind of soon. Soon is a relative term. Okay, here I've got the Natasha Denona Eye Sculpt Texture and Tone Palette in the light combination. I appreciate when the packaging shows you the palette color story in the back. Oh, I'm sorry. Anyways, this is what this palette looks like. I don't know if I messed up the lighting or whatever, but here it is. This is what the palette looks like. I'm pretty surprised that excuse my cuticles. If you were focused on that, I apologize. I'll be working on my nails soon. I'm kind of like packing things up and moving things around and putting things into storage and like donating things. So my nails are tragic right now. Anyway, I'm kind of surprised that I haven't used this palette yet, but I am going to be using it soon and I am happy to have it in my collection. So yeah. Okay, what happened here with the lighting? There we go. I'm going to keep that too. So all of those are a keep. Keep. Okay, here from the back row, I've got this stack here. I've actually got this Tarte Toasted eyeshadow palette in a plastic wrapping because this was one of the clearance ones that hit a year old in December 2025. Like I purchased it a year before. And I used it one time, and then when I went to go and reach for it again a few weeks later, I saw that it was falling apart, like the outside was. And it's so messy, and flakes like can get into the eyeshadow and stuff like that and just get everywhere and all over my clothes and my hands. And I don't have time for this. So this is going to be a declutter. Here I've got this Tom Ford eyeshadow quad that I have never used. I've had this thing for years. I don't know what it is about Tom Ford that just like, I just think it's so freaking overrated and not that great. I did swatch this in store and I figured that of all of them, I was pretty curious about this one. Now that I'm looking at it again, maybe I'll give it a try instead before just like decluttering it. Yeah, I'm going to put this in my maybe stack. I'm going to use it one time, and if I don't like it, I'm going to declutter it. So I'm starting a maybe stack there. Here is the Ulta Everyday Favorites. I do believe that this eyeshadow palette has been discontinued. And I got this because a lot of people that are into like affordable brands or whatever raved about this palette. Can I even open this? Oh my God, there we go. I think that it looks really pretty. And it looks like a great neutral palette. It's not like my opinion of it would be relevant now that it's a discontinued palette, but I think I do want to try it and then put it in my maybe pile. If I end up enjoying the formula, I'll keep it and maybe like toss it into my car or something to have for in a pinch. Or if I end up not liking it, maybe I'll see if one of my friends might like it. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and try it. Let me see. Hold on. Made in Poland. Yeah, that's why I wanted to try it, because it's not made in China. I do remember that. If this would have been a made in China palette, I definitely would not have purchased it. And I did purchase it on clearance, so I didn't pay the $20 for it, which is a pretty affordable price to begin with. I think it might have even been $18, the original price. I'm not 100% sure. But I believe I paid like $8 or $10 for it. And so I figured since it was being clearanced out, I really would like to try it. Here is what the back of the palette looks like. I'm going to keep this. I'm going to keep it as a maybe. Like I'm going to try it and see how I feel about it and possibly declutter it. Here is a ColourPop like empty palette that I put my Makeup Geek eyeshadow singles into it. I picked up the rainbow eyeshadow palette, like the pre-made single set that came with a little palette too from Makeup Geek way back in the day. I got it on sale. I believe that I paid like $9 for all of these shadows and that palette. If I can find that palette, I'm going to put these back into that palette because I feel like it did fit better and it was a little bit smaller and it did say Makeup Geek. I don't know why I ended up, oh yeah, because I ended up putting these in this palette instead of the Makeup Geek one because I had a little bit of an issue with the final Makeup Geek order that I had placed. And so it made me kind of mad to see the name Makeup Geek on the outside. And I figured that if I didn't see it in a Makeup Geek palette, maybe I would use it. And me loving palm trees so much, I thought that putting it in this palette would make me want to use it and try it. But look, as you can see, I've never used these shades still. I think I am going to give them a shot. So I'm going to put it in my maybe pile as well. Oh my gosh, I'm not doing so good for this section already to start. But, I mean, it is what it is. I am trying to declutter a whole lot of palettes, but I'm also not just trying to declutter. I mean, I'm also not trying to declutter just for the sake of decluttering. Okay. Here we've got a palette called Bossy. Oh, no. This is the brand name. Bossy is the brand name. The eyeshadow palette name is called Style Meets Substance. This was surprisingly a really fun palette and had great performance. I did get this like at JCPenney's. I know that looks like it's mold, but it was actually meant to look like that. It's a marbled shade and it kind of does like a fun sparkly bit to it. This one here was made in Italy, which is why I wanted to try it. And it was a pretty affordable palette, if I remember correctly. I got this at JCPenney's. I don't know if I said that in the beauty section there, but I was really happy with this palette. It's really beautiful. And I think I would actually like to play with it again. So I'm going to put this in my maybe pile, see how I feel about it with the other shades that I haven't used yet. And then I'll give a no pan left behind opinion since I have used some of these like other ones. Anyways, I want to try the rest of the shades before I decide if I want to keep it or let it go. But if I do let it go, I think I'm going to give it to one of my friends and see if they might enjoy it for like a colorful palette. Because it's a really beautiful formula. It is a made in Italy palette. And I do really like the packaging. I love the high heels. I think it's really cute. Pretty sure I have a video of this up. Maybe it's a members only video. I'm not sure. I do have a link down below to join my membership if you'd like so that you can access the members exclusive content. Anyways, if it's not a members only video, just search in my videos for Bossy and this should come up. All right, here are two glitter palettes that I purchased because I got into glitter after I tried the Profusion glitter palette. For Valentine's Day one year, and I was really impressed with it. Anyway, I ended up enjoying glitters and wanted to try all the glitters from all the brands that I see. I do like the ColourPop glitter formula, and so I just wanted to try what like a glitter formula might be like at the drugstore. And so I picked these up when I saw them. If I remember correctly, these were released kind of around a Halloween season. It wasn't this last Halloween season, if I remember correctly. It was probably the one before. So that means that I've had these palettes for about a year now, over a year, almost a year and a half even, and I haven't even used them yet. They still have the plastic packaging, like seal, not broken, and so they're completely brand new. And I think it might be fun to give these to a friend or one of my friend's daughters, like who might enjoy this as like some party makeup. So I'm going to go ahead and declutter these. Okay, here I've got, oops, sorry I bumped you. Here I've got Flower Beauty eyeshadow palettes. A lot of people really like these palettes. This one is the Desert Lights. This is my newest one of the two. I did buy them, I mean, like, as far as when it was released. I did not buy them at the same time either. This one is the most recent one that I purchased, but I have had them both for a long time. A lot of people really like this, and I guess for drugstore quality, this is a really good palette. Plus, it's really affordable. But I have these shades from like Natasha Denona, and especially Pat McGrath. Pat McGrath likes to do these kinds of shades a lot. So I just feel like I don't really need this palette. I'm going to go ahead and declutter it. I kind of feel like I don't need this palette either, because literally I do see Pat McGrath's shades in here in my mind as well when I open it. So I'm going to go ahead. And this one I have had longer than the other one. This one was my first one that I got. You can tell by the black background because now they released it in the like white background, if I remember correctly. But anyways, I am going to go ahead and declutter this palette too. I did use it like once. But I just don't need it. So I'm going to go ahead and let it go. All right, so I'm starting to get on a roll. Here is my little declutter pile there. All right, this is a Profusion palette. I picked this up as like part of a Valentine's Day collection. I have not even used it. It looks like it's completely brand new. I did really enjoy some of the Profusion palettes that I've tried in the past, but I'm going to go ahead and pass this along to somebody who might enjoy it in the state that it's like perfectly brand new. Yeah, so I'm going to pass this along too. All right. I've got my maybe section here, my keep section there, and my declutter over there, kind of out of the way. Yeah, my declutter's like right there, my keep and my maybes here. Okay, let me go ahead and now dig in. Now this section back there, this section back here, my Halloween section, I am going to do that all by itself. I've got just like regular makeup and palettes too, but we're going to do that section all together in a minute. So let me go ahead and get started here. I was hoping to get this done before the sun started to like shift, but let me go ahead and get this done. I've got these other two. Here are the two other Glam Light Hershey's Kisses palettes that I purchased from TJ Maxx, and I have not used either of them either. I've only used that one Glam Light palette that I showed you, the Michaela one that I started off the other section with, another section of the declutter with. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and add these two. I had mentioned in that part that I knew I had more of these, but I'm going to add these to the declutter pile. Too sunny. All right. So here we've got the Avocado Toast palette. A lot of people were huge fans of BH Cosmetics, and honestly, I'm not really sure why. I mean, maybe if you were only a drugstore person, maybe that's why. But I don't know. I never ended up using this palette because the other one that I have right over there, the Blueberry Muffin, it irritated my eyes so bad that I was scared to use this one too. But this is a really beautiful color story, and I did really like the theme. I thought it was so cute. The packaging is like adorable, and the color story really like goes well with the packaging in my opinion. But yeah, I just was afraid to use it after the Blueberry Muffin palette ended up irritating my eyes. So as cute as this is, I don't need to keep it. I'm going to go ahead and declutter this. I'm going to pass this along and see if there's anybody that I know who might enjoy it. If not, maybe I'll like put some of these palettes for sale. I don't really know. Here is the Blueberry Muffin palette. The other one I had in the container, like the outer sleeve, because I haven't used it yet, but this one I have used. So I have it already out of the sleeve. Anyway, here is the beautiful color story. I do really enjoy this color story. Let's see if I can like show you in the light really closely. It's really pretty. The background of the packaging makes it really hard to like focus in the lighting, but I hope that you can really appreciate some of these like gorgeous shades, specifically Yummy and Tempting and Craving. Those three right there, and this beautiful shade Treat. It's like a gorgeous gray. I really like it so much. Let me see if I can add a little bit better lighting. Hold on. There we go. I don't know why I didn't turn on the ring light before, but hopefully that's more helpful. Anyway, these 4 shades here in the middle are my favorite, but I do also really like these fun blues on the end. Anyways, I really thought that the whole like theming and color story was just well done, and that's what really lured me in to want to try this brand. And I was like first opening up to green eyeshadows, and so I thought this would be a nice affordable way to get into it and try it. I already knew I loved blues, but I was going to be new to the greens at that time. Anyways, it didn't work out because this one irritated my eyes, so both of these are an easy declutter. Now here is a really pretty palette. Sorry about the glare. Here is a really pretty palette from LA Girl and the VIP Desert Dream. This I wanted to try because I've never tried an LA Girl eyeshadow palette, and somebody that I used to watch their videos a lot of, she used to really rave about this. Hold on, the lighting is terrible. Hold on. Okay, there we go. There. Okay, anyways. So somebody that I used to watch used to rave a whole lot about this brand, and especially for like a drugstore. And I wanted to know, I was just curious. Plus, this color story really appealed to me, but I never actually used it. It still has the plastic on the top, and I haven't touched any of the shades. It looks like it'd be a really fun palette. It has been discontinued. LA Girl does do like limited edition palettes, kind of like they only run for like a certain amount of time and then they're gone and they do something else. So I can't really like recommend this palette to anyone anyways anymore. So it's kind of like a moot point for me to try it and give my opinion on it, other than just to share my opinion on the brand overall. But I'm not really even... like, I don't even have any interest in sharing my opinion on drugstore palettes anymore. I feel like I'm not really the authority on that since I'm not a drugstore girly. I'm going to go ahead and declutter this to somebody who might enjoy it better. Okay. Oh. So here we've got the Wet n Wild Holiday Foxtrot. I will admit, I just picked this up for the cute little holiday packaging. I'm done doing things like that, okay, for like decorating my background and stuff like that for holidays. I'm done doing all that. I don't have the money or the space anymore in my life, mentally or actually physically. Like I don't have the time and space for this kind of approach anymore in my life. Like I can't be that girl anymore, okay? I'm just gonna, like, I want a lot less. I want to declutter and reduce and not fall for cute little aesthetic packaging anymore. Now, would I have actually purchased the palette inside? Yes, actually. I was a little curious and wanted to see what Wet n Wild green eyeshadows were like. And I just thought that it would be a really beautiful holiday eyeshadow palette that I could share my opinions on overall. Plus the packaging was cute. Anyway, like I just ended up telling you about the LA Girl palette. I'm no longer interested in providing my opinion on drugstore. I don't care. So I'm a high-end girly through and through, always will be, and I'll make no excuses for me or for you. Like, I'll make no excuses about it to me. I'll make no excuses about it to myself or to you. Okay. Declutter. So I'm also going to declutter this Petal Perfect. Now, I did really enjoy this palette. I'll say it was a pretty good palette for the price. It was fun. It's like a great way to get a little bit of fun shades. I did try like the pinks, the blues, a little bit of the greens. There's a whole lot of shades that you could use in here for like everyday going to work looks if you had picked this up. I'm going to go ahead and see if anybody that I know wants this. And if not, I'm just going to declutter it overall. I'm going to let this go. I do like big palettes, even though I'm decluttering all of these big palettes. This one, Volume 1 and Volume 2, I purchased because they were on sale for $10. I've never used them. They're brand new. That's why they're still in the box. I've never, ever used them. These were cult classics, oh God, for many, many years. Okay, I've never used it. I've never shared my opinion on it. This is authentic. I bought it from the Ulta store near me when they were being closed out, like clearanced out a while back. I can see how a lot of people were drawn to this. I really love these like colorful mattes, as well as this whole bottom like 2 rows of mattes. I really love the range of it, and I can see how it's nice having a little bit of cool tone, a little bit of warm tone, and some fun pops of color all together. I don't think I'm going to be attracted to this Morphe brand of eyeshadow palette, like eyeshadow formula overall. And so I did pick this up just to have a little piece of like beauty YouTube nostalgia history type of thing. But honestly, again, I'm so over that kind of an approach. I just don't have the time and space for this in my life anymore. I'm going to only be focused on things that actually work for me and that I want and that fit my aesthetic. Now, I was planning on going through and doing a first impressions video with both of them. I went through and marked the ones that I can use. All the other ones that don't have a heart on them, a lot of these like really pretty fun ones, I can't use because they're pressed pigments and they'll irritate my eyes. So there's very few eyeshadows within this palette that I could use anyways. So after I realized that, I decided I wasn't even into it anymore. And so I'm just going to go ahead and declutter both of these completely unused. Maybe my friend's daughter would enjoy having both of those palettes. I think I'm going to give them to her. Like one of my friends. I have a couple of different friends that have daughters that are in their like early to mid 20s. And I feel like they might enjoy this. So I'll give one of them both of these palettes to have so that they can have both volume 1 and volume 2. All right, let me just move on to the next section. Declutter. All right, so I've got, in the interest of saving time, I've got this one section here of eyeshadow palettes that I have sectioned off together. So let's go through them. They're all maybes. These are all eyeshadow palettes that I'm going to use one more time. Okay, hold on. These are all, this deck here are eyeshadow palettes that either I have already tried or have not used yet, but I'm going to use them one time and make my final assessment as to whether or not I want to keep these palettes in my collection, any of these palettes. So let me just go through and show them to you one by one and just know that this whole stack is a maybe. So I'm going to add it to my maybe pile that I've got going over here, okay? All right, so I've got this palette here by Collab, and this I believe was a brand that was that was only available at Sally's Beauty Supply. And if I remember correctly, I heard that it was a brand started by some like beauty YouTubers or whatever. They collabed and came up with this brand or something to that effect. I'm not sure, but as you can see, I got it clearanced out when the brand was leaving Sally's, and I had never heard of it before I encountered this. So if they were YouTubers that created this brand, I feel like they didn't really do a very good job of getting their brand name out, because I had never heard of it and I had never heard anybody talk about it from all the channels that I ever watched. Anyway, they had this and one other palette, and I was really excited to try the blue because I love blue eyeshadow, and the other color was like really warm and I didn't want it, especially not at the price of $15. And so anyways, I'm excited to give this one a go and see how I feel about it. Like I said, this is going to be a maybe. I also have this eyeshadow palette from the Hollywood collection from Charlotte Tilbury. I've used this a few times. At the time that I tried it, I wasn't into warm eyeshadows at all, but I'm a little bit more open to them now. So now that I am, and the fact that this is a beautiful limited edition palette that has fun little like shooting stars, and I loved the Hollywood I loved the whole Hollywood lifestyle at that time when I purchased this. I'm no longer into Hollywood anymore. I've like completely dropped it, like the bad habit that it is. Anyway, so the packaging no longer appeals to me the way that it once did, but I'm going to go ahead and keep this as a maybe, give it one more shot now that I'm more into warm tones, and see if I can become a fan of a Charlotte Tilbury quad. So this is a maybe. Here I've got, like, this whole thing has dust all over it. That's why these are maybes. Here I've got my very first ever Nars eyeshadow palette. I will admit I used a couple of these shades before. I haven't used the beautiful blue enough to really determine if I want to keep this palette or not. And that's why this is in my maybe pile. So I'm going to give this one last good effort to see if I want to keep it. I'm going to create a couple different looks with it. I'm going to share that in a video with you, and you can help me decide if this is a keep or declutter. Maybe it is. I need to just like get all the dust off of these. Oh my God, hold on. Here is another Nars eyeshadow palette that I picked up at Marshall's for $14.99. Looks like a really pretty color story, and I love that it's pretty heavy focused on the mattes. So I want to give this palette a try. I appreciate that this is a cool tone shade in with some of these like more berry peachy tones that aren't necessarily warm leaning. I feel like they're a little bit cool tone undertone, and so I'm really curious to try this palette out. It is called the Hibiscus palette, so I'm really happy that I got this on clearance. I want to check it out. When I bought this, I had only tried the Climax palette, this one here, once before, but there is another palette that I had in a different section that I had ended up trying before this one, and I liked it so much. That's what incentivized me to try this one. So this is in the maybe. This palette, I have mixed emotions about. I really love the small little packaging. I love that it's got purple packaging. I was on a wait list for this palette for so long. It took me so long to get it. Anyway, this is what the palette looks like. It does have a really beautiful color story, but I just feel like the brighter shades that I have, this brighter purple matte that I have tried kind of like fades, and I'm just not really sure why people like this brand so much, but I'm gonna try. I feel like this would be a fun palette to travel with for like a fun fall look or whatever, instead of taking something else, because you can literally do like orange looks here, and you've got a deep smoky shade here. You can do plums right there. You can also do purple and orange. You can do purple and yellow. You've got green and yellow, green and purple. You've got green with the browns, and then you can also just do green by itself with like a deep smokiness. I just think that this palette itself has so much range. Maybe I'm gonna approach it with a little bit more of like an open mind instead of a little skepticism when I approach it, like I did most palettes at that time that weren't Natasha Denona or Pat McGrath. So I'm gonna give this one a fair shot and see if I can enjoy it. So it's a maybe in my collection for now. And that is the Viseart Dark Edit. Here I've got my one and only Merle Norman palette. This one is the Opal Eyes Palette Soft Touch Shadow. Now that is a good thing to keep in mind. Soft touch, meaning, yeah, it's soft to the touch, all right, but it's also incredibly soft on the eyes. Maybe, like I tried to use it with the purples and I wasn't very impressed, but maybe if I try it just like some of these other more neutrals, maybe I would like this palette a little bit more. My first impressions look that I created with it is in a members exclusive video, so I've only created one look with it in the past so far. I'm gonna try to keep an open mind and approach it one more time and create a little bit more of like an everyday neutral smoky tone, like a smoky cool tone eye look, and see how I feel about it. So this is in the maybe pile for now. Here's my other Viseart palette, and the first one that I tried. I got this for $12 through Ipsy way back like when Ipsy was by itself and they had the Ipsy shop. Anyways, I was really happy that I got this for $12, and I don't know, maybe for some like warm tone mattes, it's fine if you don't have like Natasha Denona available in your collection, or even like Melt or whatever. These are easier to work with than the Melt mattes are, because they like blend out. They're kind of like, they fade away. That's what I don't like about these, is I appreciate more of like a punchy impact when I use mattes. And I know that having a little bit more of like a buildable formula is a little bit more user-friendly, but I just really don't have the time and patience for super buildable formulas like that. I like a little bit more punchy impact. Anyways, this might be nice to keep as some mattes to add to a look that if in case I need it. But I am going to give it one more chance in my maybe pile. It might be decluttered when I use it. I've almost decluttered this thing. I've almost decluttered this thing so many times. I don't know why I just won't let it go. It's not like I need these mattes. I do have a lot of these shades. Anyway, I am going to keep it and try it one more time. This one, I was going to keep in the maybe pile because I really, really appreciate the formula, especially for a drugstore formula. And knowing now that Sharon C., who created this brand, passed away from like a really terrible, debilitating condition and everything that I can personally relate to, that I almost passed away from also. Like similar to, ooh, look, I just noticed I have a broken chip nail. Anyway, this eyeshadow palette here is called the Big Spender. I was really, really pleased with the quality of this look. I mean, that I created with it. I did use all of the shades and was pretty happy with it, but I honestly really just don't need this. So even though I had it in my maybe pile, I'm going to straight up declutter it. This is gone. Okay. Here I've got a ColourPop. I knew I had a couple more ColourPop palettes from that other section. Anyway, these are in the maybe pile. So here I've got the ColourPop Nightmare Before Christmas eyeshadow palette. I don't know if it's an eyeshadow palette, but it's a palette. I've got it here in the maybe pile because I just don't reach for it. But I do really like the idea of it. And some of these shimmers look really fun. It might be nice to keep it just for traveling, but I'm just not really open to Halloween and spooky themed stuff as I once was. I'm trying not to be, even though I do still kind of gravitate towards it. I'm just not 100% sure how I feel about it, like the imagery and some symbolism of it all. So anyways, that makes me also a little hesitant to keep it because it's not like I can't get most of these shades in another palette. But honestly, this one right here and these two right there, I don't know that I can get that in my collection somewhere else. So I think I am going to probably end up keeping this, but I want to do like another 2 looks in one video. Like I want to do another 2 looks, 1 palette video with this while I make up my mind to know for sure if I'm going to keep it. So it's staying in the maybe. This one here is the ColourPop Lost in Love. I have this in the maybe pile because I haven't really decided if I feel like it's useful enough. I do really think it's a beautiful color story. Oh God, sorry. There goes we're having issues with my smoke system. I'm gonna have to get that turned off here in a second. Anyways, I haven't decided if I want to keep this color story or not, just because these are not quite as punchy as I would like them to be, but I do really like these shimmers and glitters in this palette, and it is really fun for, oh, I hope I didn't break it. It is really fun for Valentine's Day coming up, so I'm going to go ahead and create a look with it and see how I feel about it and I'm going to go ahead and create another look and see how I feel about it before I go ahead and decide whether or not to keep it or declutter it. I feel like I'm probably going to keep it, but I just want to keep it in the maybe pile and focus on another look to know for sure before I say. So staying in the maybe, Lost in Love by ColourPop. Pause it until you can come back and fix this. Okay, it is a whole different day, a whole different week, I think even, possibly even a whole different month. And I'm continuing now where I left off. So this was the last palette we were talking about. Okay, that looks better. All right, so here is my current row of declutters. This is my maybe pile. This is the row that we're working on. I kept these so far. This is the one I'm working on, and we're going to go through that whole stack there. But anyways, we're going to work through that too. And now we've got my 2 dogs. At this point, I only have 2 dogs left. So Bandit and Lucy, I've got my 2 dogs here that are napping while I finish this up. All right, so with all that being laid back out, let me get back into the groove. So let's do this. Okay, Lost in Love is a palette that I picked up seriously only for the packaging and because I really love hearts. I love Valentine's palettes. I really love the tones in Valentine's palettes. And honestly, this kind of reminds me of the Too Faced Marielle palette that I love so much. I'm sure we already went through that in a different segment. I don't know what order I'm going to be editing each segment into, so I don't know if it was before or after this palette. But this does look a lot like the Too Faced Marielle palette. I am going to keep it. I love the ColourPop glitters, and I haven't really used this palette. I mean, I have created a look with it because I can see here a little bit of usage in there, but I want to create more looks. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't mind doing a no pan left behind on this. Yeah, stay tuned for an upcoming video of the palettes that I'm going to choose for my no pan left behind project that I want to work on for myself. Anyway, this is a keep. Here we've got another ColourPop palette, the Welcome Foolish Mortals. I knew I had more ColourPop palettes than the other section that I did, but this is a beautiful color story, and I really enjoyed playing with it. I would like to use it again. And now I have a really beautiful new teal eyeliner in my collection that I think would look great with a look from this palette. So now that I remember that this palette had teals and that I own it even, I think I'm going to pair that with that new eyeliner in my collection. I'm going to keep this palette. I've really been enjoying my ColourPop palettes that I have in my collection, and it makes me sad to declutter them. Here we've got the Tiny Marvels. I'm sorry for the lighting glare, but here it's a gloomy, rainy day today, so at least I don't have sunshine pouring in on my display today, but I needed to add artificial lighting in order for it to be bright enough to see. Hi, baby girl. We've got a little cameo. Oh, my baby girl. Oh, my sweet girl. All right, I'm a sucker for a Lucy moment. Okay, anyway, I've never used this palette because it was too difficult for me to use it. I took the passing of Mel Thompson very hard, like very, very hard. Probably ridiculously so. But anyway, I loved her. What can I say? She really helped. Her videos, her daily uploads, and her like positive spirit and just like fun, creative approach to makeup really helped get me through a difficult time in my life when I was bedridden and very sad about health issues that I was going through at that time. This was years back. But anyway, this is what the palette looks like. As you can see, I've never used it. I'm so sorry to say that. I've never used it. But it's because the other Sydney Grace palette that I had that I used before this, the one that everybody was like super into, I think it was called Enduring Love or something like that, it gave me eye irritation. And so I was afraid. I didn't know which of the ingredients it might have been. And so I was just scared to use it. And honestly, it's probably expired. But I am going to use this palette now. And this is obviously this is a definite keep. No questions. All right. Here we've got the Too Faced Born This Way Sunset Stripped. Now, I will say, I picked this up on clearance. I believe I paid like $13 for it. And maybe even $11. The reason why I haven't tried it, okay, so first of all, let me tell you, I haven't used it yet, as you can tell. That's why it's in the box. But I was really drawn to the fact that this is like a California vibe, sunset strip, you know, palm trees. I just really love the packaging. I really enjoyed the other Born This Way palette that's really neutral and like the first edition of this or whatever. But the thing that kept me from trying this one is how scented this is. Now, I will say by now the scent has faded enough that it's not so strong that I think it's going to give me a headache. So originally I was thinking, let me get the glitter off of here. Originally I was thinking, excuse me. Originally I was thinking I was going to declutter this palette just because I haven't used it and the fragrance was so strong. But honestly, I think that I'm more drawn to this color story here than the original. And now that it's been long enough that the fragrance has faded so much, I think I might be able to actually give this one a go. So I'm going to keep this one and use it. Yay! That was unexpected. I seriously thought I was going to be talking about decluttering it because I expected the fragrance to be as strong as it was before. Since Too Faced tends to keep their fragrance, most of the time their eyeshadow palettes fragrance don't bother me. But these new Born These Way palettes, like the two little minis that came out like a year or two ago, and this one, something about the fragrance in there changed than the tin packaging ones or whatever, because the fragrance in these kind of bothered me. But now this one is faded so much that I'm going to try it and I'm going to keep it. And you'll notice that I don't have the two minis in here because when I was using those palettes to create my first impressions video, and when I first got them and I was all excited about them because I loved the original one of this, the full size neutral. I really loved it, and so I was excited to have two minis, a warm tone and a cool tone. I just thought they were perfect. Anyway, when I was testing those out that week, creating all those looks for that my video, which I will link down below in the description box in case you're interested. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to leave my eyeshadow palettes playlists down in the description box in case you want to see looks with any of these palettes that I might have posted. So that will be there if you're interested. Make sure you're subscribed to my channel because I'm going to get back into doing looks again really soon. Anyway, stay tuned to the end for a clear description of what I plan to do with the remaining eyeshadow palettes in my collection. I know this has been a long tangent. I'm almost done. Anyway, I ended up returning the two minis. So you're not going to see those here in my collection. That's why they're missing. But, yeah. It's not for performance or anything. It was just because the scent was so intense that it was giving me a headache. And that was like, I don't know, $50 or $60. And I was like, let me just take them back while I have the opportunity. But I'm going to keep this one. Now that I know that this has faded enough, the scent has faded enough, I kind of wish I would have kept those minis and just held on to them and let them sit and fade away as well. Anyhow, moving on. Here I've got my one and only KVD Beauty. I'm sorry that I bumped the camera. Hold on. Here I've got my one and only KVD Beauty Vegan Beauty, KVD, Kat Von D, whatever the hell this is. The Planet Fanatic eyeshadow palette. I got this on clearance, I believe, for like $22 at Ulta. Here is the color story. I was a big fan of the KVD, like the actual Kat Von D makeup line, and I didn't have a problem with her, you know, like not wanting to. I just messed up my nail a little bit ago. I'm so sorry. I didn't wait long enough before I started trying to set up to film, and after I painted my nails this morning earlier, and yeah, I messed up my thumb, so I'm gonna have to fix that now. Anyway, I didn't have a problem with her. Like, everybody tried to cancel her or whatever, and I really didn't, like, I didn't have a problem with her. Like, I wish she would have kept going. Anyway, I have to give this palette a try. I've never used it. Oh, it looks like there's some crumbling pieces of, ooh, it looks like this shade wants to fall out. It looks like this shade is loose. Ooh. Okay, so I'm so glad that I saw that, and I need to keep this flat on my vanity. I'm going to go ahead and pull this into my collection. It looks like another one is coming out too, this one. I'm going to keep this up on my vanity, pull this into my rotation, and give this a go and film a first impressions with this and just create some looks with it. So not that anybody's like, you know, pining for my impression on this video, my impression on this palette or whatever, but I am going to share that with you. And that's what I got this palette to do, as the first impressions, and to create some inspiration looks for anybody that does have it in their collection, and just for me, myself. And you can always just dupe the vibes. You don't have to have the exact same palette to mimic any looks that you see in anybody's video. You can always just get similar shades and similar style finishes or whatever and try to mimic techniques. Anyway, I'm going to put this in my collection as a keep, but I got to put it on my vanity so it doesn't break. Okay, so I'm going to just keep this here empty as the placeholder. That's the palette that I'm keeping there. Okay, here we've got another Too Faced that I missed in the Too Faced, section, and that's because this is a mini and I had it in a different spot. I had recently used it. So anyways, this is what this palette looks like. I've used this palette a couple of times. I do enjoy it. It's not my most favorite color story, but it is fun. I don't mind it, and I do really enjoy the shimmers in here. I think that this is a very interesting choice for a matte to provide with this particular color story. But I guess what they were trying to do is mimic that shade right there. Okay, that's like in the popcorn ball. I guess that's supposed to be like the burnt popcorn part. Okay, so that makes a lot more sense as to why it's that shade, but I don't understand then why we've got this here, you know. So anyways, I'm just not really particularly a fan of this shade with these other colors. I don't mind this shade on its own. Like if you want to do just like a look like that, that's fine. But I don't really like these with that. So I feel like you're very limited with the mattes that you have as far as wanting to use these like other shades. You really only got this and that. I guess that's not that limited. Anyhow, I'm not that big of a fan of this palette, but because I only paid $14 for it, I don't mind it. And I feel like I'm not done exploring it yet. So I am going to go ahead and keep it. Oh my God, I've had this palette for years. I've never used it. Okay, I have never used this palette. I wanted it for a super long time, and then I got it in the one and only Beautylish Lucky Bag that I purchased. And I was so excited to have gotten it because this is the one that I wanted. And here it is, completely untouched. But that's because I didn't really have a very good impression of the quads that I had tried from Charlotte Tilbury in the past, and so it made me not very curious. And because this wasn't a palette that I specifically actually tried to purchase myself, it was just like a freebie, I just have never reached for it, even though I have tried to make myself reach into it. I just never have. Anyway, I am going to use it. It's beautiful. I'm going to try it out. Yeah, so I'm going to keep it, and that's why it's in the box, because I haven't used it yet. So this is a keep. This is my only full-size Charlotte Tilbury palette. Again, apologies for the glare. Here we've got the Ofra X Samantha March Life's a Draft palette. Okay. I really like, let me get the plastic off. Let me say, I really like the tones in here. You know what? I completely forgot that I have this as a highlighter, this as like a shimmery bronzer, and this is a blush. I completely forgot that I have, oh God, that I have face products in here. And come to think of it, this is kind of a nice, like, cool tone color story. I think what my problem with this palette is that I'm not really a particular fan of the formula from the eyeshadows from Ofra. I do like their highlighters a lot. I'm not sure how I feel about either of these two, but maybe I'll pull these 3 items out and put them into like their own little palette so that I can put them in my face drawer and try to actually use them. I think that's what I'm going to do. I feel like I need to do that. And I think that I'm going to have, yeah, I'm actually filming this before I film my intro to my project pan, so I still haven't decided completely what my project pan items are, but by the time this video is up and edited, I'm sure my project pan video will already be up, so you'll already know what I've selected. But I have a feeling that I'm going to put, like, oh shit, some of these in like a project of some sort, a usage project or something. Anyway, I was thinking that I was going to declutter this, but I feel like I should give it a shot. I feel like I didn't really give it a good shot in the past. So I'm going to keep this after all. Yeah, I'm going to keep it. I thought I was going to declutter it, but I'm going to keep it. All right. And then here I've got my Tarte lip palette that I pulled out of my vanity. This is, you know, like one of my newer palettes. Well, falling apart. Anyway, this is one of my newer palettes, and I've had this for 1 year though. I got it over a year now. It's been a year and 3 months. I got it in December of 2024 on clearance for $10 at Sephora in the physical store near me because they were clearancing them out for this old packaging. Same with this one here that's in the Declutter, the Heat Wave, but for whatever reason, the Heat Wave packaging is completely falling apart, and like I can't chance that getting into my actual eyeshadows or into my eye or anything like that. So that's got to be garbage. But for some reason, thankfully, the packaging of this one is fine. I guess because it's not like a veneer like that one was. I wish that they would have taken more care with that one because the Tarte Heat palette is a beautiful, beautiful color story. I might actually repurchase it and try to give it a real go in the new packaging, because they re-released all, like, a lot of their staple palettes like these, the Tartelets, in their new, like, more sleeker packaging that matches the Glamazon palette. So I might get me a new one of those. But this Tartlet in Bloom I'm definitely keeping, and I absolutely love it. Okay. Here we've got the Tarte Young, Wild, and Cruelty Free. I have tossed around trying to use this palette for so long, and I actually still haven't. But for whatever reason, even though it's got these beautiful blues, which I am drawn to in general, for whatever reason, this palette just doesn't call to me. So I'm going to see, like, I think I had given it to my mom in the past, and then she, like, maybe gave it back because she doesn't really wear color anymore. But I'm going to ask her, I think I'm going to ask her again and just see if she wants it. And if not, maybe I'm going to make myself try to use this or something. Yeah, I think I'm going to do a project usage, like a number of usage for different palettes project coming up, because some of these palettes, I don't really want to necessarily pan to try to hit pan, but I don't really like want to have them in my collection because I'm not like actually inspired to use them, but I don't want to just get rid of them unused. So I feel like if I at least made myself use them like 5 times before I tossed them, then I would feel better about it. And maybe then after using it 5 times, I would want to keep it. So I think I'm going to keep this for now. I really thought I was going to let this one go too. I'm not doing so great this time for this round. Anyway, I'm going to keep this palette. I think I'm going to put it like in a usage project. Here is the sleek packaging that I was talking about. This is the Tripping with Tarte palette, and I am not really a big fan of this palette. I'm not sure why. I think it's just because the main matte here is just a little bit too warm. I don't know. I feel like I need to give this palette a whole other go. I was thinking I was going to declutter this, quite frankly, but it's their newest palette, and I feel like their newest Tartlet release. And I feel like I should give it more of a go instead of just the first impression that I had. Because the first impression that I got with it when I tried to make a look with it, I just didn't really like the way that matte turned out, the way that I used it. And I feel like that kind of ruined my impression of the whole palette. So I was thinking this was on the chopping block as well, but I think I'm going to keep it and try to see if I can like make it work for me. So, okay, I'm not doing that great. I didn't really declutter that many out of this stack, but let's move on. Okay, let me just go through this new pile of palettes here that hopefully I've already posted the haul of them, but here I've got the Danessa Myricks Freedom Pastel Dream Palette. It is completely unopened. I hope it's not shattered or destroyed because I haven't actually checked it since I purchased it and it's not available anymore. But I'm going to be doing a first impressions with this really, really soon. I am obviously keeping all of these new palettes, but I finally got my first 2, in fact, Dose of Colors eyeshadow palettes. These are my first ones. I've only tried this cool version here. I did really enjoy this palette, but I do find it a little bit limiting unless you're just wanting to do a super, super deep smoky eye, because there's no like light shade except for this is the lightest that it goes, and it's really not as light as it looks in the pan. So this, I just feel like the range is a little bit limited. So if you're wanting to go from like a light, mid, dark range, like I usually like to do in my looks and have in my palettes, I feel like this palette isn't really for that. But this is great for like a deep smoky eye. I do like it. I enjoy the formula. I'm glad I have it. I'm looking forward to checking out the Baked Browns version. I've never used it, as you can see. I'm going to keep that one too. Here I've got the Half Bake Urban Decay Naked Mini in the hold on now, what's happening here? I guess that's what it's called, the Naked Half Baked Urban Decay Naked Half Baked. I guess maybe it's Heat. I don't know what the name of like this series is here. It's not saying anything else, but this is a brand new one. This is a brand new one that I picked up on clearance, so I'm going to go ahead and keep this one too. I also picked up a cute little Kaja Bento stack in the blue shades. Here's the color. It's like a denim blue or whatever, and I'm really looking forward to checking this out. I'm going to keep that, of course. It's brand new. I haven't tried it yet. And believe it or not, I still have not tried my Natasha Denona Eye Sculpt. I purchased this during the Sephora sale. I thought I would be using this every single day. I need to haul it, which is why I haven't been using it. But I've thought about using it so many times. I probably should have just opened it by now and been like, F it. But I really wanted to save my first impressions to share on my channel. So anyways, I'm going to keep this video. I'm going to keep this for a video coming up soon. And I'm excited to start getting some use out of this. I did pick up the soft. I was curious about the more deeper one, like the dark one or whatever. But like the price of it is super expensive. And I'm technically like trying not to buy any palettes. So I was like, let me just, and then I bought all of these right here while I'm trying not to buy palettes. I'm sorry that I keep shaking you. Let me stop the camera. Hold on. So technically I'm trying not to buy any palettes, and I bought all of these palettes while I'm trying not to buy palettes. So, officially, I feel like I'm doing pretty good that I only bought these palettes, because if I wasn't trying to not buy palettes, I would have bought a lot more. But I still feel like I bought a lot, considering I'm trying not to buy any more palettes and I have so many. So I'm not going to get the deep one. I'm sure I can like get it some other day or wait for a sale, or just try to dupe the vibe from my collection. Anyways, this whole little stack of new palettes in my collection is a keep. Okay. Here from the backs of that section, I found another one of the Glam Light palettes. This is the silver one. I don't think I've ever used this one either. I'm not really a fan of the Glam Light formula. I'm going to go ahead and just pass this along to somebody. I picked these up at Marshall's. I don't know what, oh, the sticker was here on it. And I thought I would have them more for like Halloween decor, because I got the silver and the purple is what I had found there. Plus I thought I would try to like actually try them, but I ended up not using them. And then I just kind of got like overwhelmed with the number of palettes that I have. So all that being said, I am going to declutter it. Let me go ahead and open up this palette so you can see it, in case you haven't, because the packaging is adorable. I grew up eating Hershey's Kisses until they started putting bioengineered ingredients into their stuff. So like I stopped eating that a long time ago. But oh jeez, there went the cover. Anyhow, this is what the palette looks like. It's really a beautiful color story, and honestly, maybe I should keep it. Why did I do that? Why did I open this up and look at it? I think I'm going to go ahead and try it and have this be like my second chance that I'm going to give to Glam Light. As a matter of fact, I think I'm also going to pull out the purple one. Oh my gosh, why did I do that? Yeah, I was going to declutter this one and the purple one, but now I'm going to pull the purple one out of my declutter pile, and I'm going to keep this one too in my maybe pile. So let me go find the purple one. Hold on. Okay, well, it's somewhere, but I did find the cream colored one, and I feel like now that I'm getting into, oh, the purple one is probably in my Halloween stack, which we're going to do here in a minute. Anyway, now that I'm like trying to think about giving them a second chance or whatever, I might want to actually, let me try to open this. I might want to actually try to use this. Ooh, look at that. That's basically like a Urban Decay Naked Honey vibes. I'm going to keep this. I'm so glad I opened it and looked at it. I was just going to declutter it blindly and just be like, boom, bye. But no, you know what? I'm going to keep both of these. I'm going to keep all three of them. I'm going to dig out the purple one from my stack of declutters, and I'm going to keep that one too in the maybes. I'm going to at least use them all one time and decide how I feel about each one. So they're now in the maybe pile. Okay. Let's move on to these minis, and then we've got all of these here for the last of this section, and then I've got the last section to film, my luxury section, which is like my Pat McGrath and my Natasha Denona palettes, like all of the collection of those, which is going to be massive. So I'm going to probably need to go back through all of my palettes again, like the ones that I kept, and just see if I can narrow it down any further. Because the whole point is to like have less to pack and move, so, and store. So yeah, anyways, let's keep going. Here we've got my sorry about the glare. There we go. That's a good spot for it. Here we've got my very first glitter palette that I ever actually tried. This is the Profusion Valentine's collection that I picked up. The Cupid. It's like Cupid Me Not or something like that. I can't remember what it was called, but really, really cute collection. I enjoyed like all the things that I tried for the most part, except for like the eyebrow thing. I didn't try every product that I picked up, but I did pick up like the entire freaking collection, and that's why I ended up trying this glitter palette. If I hadn't have been silly enough to pick up the entire freaking collection, I definitely wouldn't have picked up the glitter palette. But I picked it up. It was so cute, and I just thought it would look really cute. And since I was picking everything up, I included the glitter palette too because I saw it there. And I'm so glad that I was doing that because I never ever would have tried glitter had it not been for the adorable little packaging of this little Profusion glitter palette. And so I ended up trying a few of the shades, and this is the palette that made me love glitter. So then I started trying my ColourPop glitters, and I love them too. So anyways, this is the palette that made me fall in love with glitter, and I feel like it's appropriate that it's all hearts. Yeah, so I'm definitely going to keep this palette in my collection. That's a keep. Now, speaking of glitter, I haven't really used this palette very much because I wasn't into shimmer and glitter. I have used this one a few times, as you can see. It's got like a rub mark on it. That one a couple times too. I've used the matte several times. I've used the whole palette, let me put it that way. But I wasn't really that into shimmer and glitters at the time that this came out. I was very much a novice at eyeshadow and only used mattes. Hold on. Pardon me about that. I was a novice at the time for eyeshadow and didn't use like colorful shades or glitters, especially shimmery shades or anything like that, hardly at all. So I felt like I had a really negative approach, like a closed mindset to this whole collection when it came out. I did actually purchase the full-size one too, but that was back when $50, which is how much that palette was a massive amount of money to me for an eyeshadow palette especially. And I ended up returning it because I was like, man, that's so much money. It was $54 after tax. I was like, I need that money back. And so I ended up returning it. I did end up regretting that for a super long time, and I wish that I would have kept that palette, especially because the packaging was so beautiful, but also because now that I'm into shimmers and glitters, I wish that I would have had that palette to enjoy and explore. Anyhow, I'm keeping this. All right. And then now here's all the ones that I haven't tried yet from the Urban Decay minis that I have here. And I've picked all of these up on clearance. I'm going to keep all of them and I'm going to try all of them. I'm going to do a video of some inspirational looks and share them on my channel. So I do plan to do that coming up someday. Keeping all three of these. Now here's my other favorite favorite glitter palette, but it's not like the same kind of chunky glitter that this is. So it's like a whole different vibe. Okay, it's not the same kind of glitter than the Profusion is. It's like a whole different kind of a vibe. This is a very like soft, ethereal moment kind of a sparkly glitter. It's not very high impact like these types of glitters that are chunkier are. So it's a whole different kind of a effect, but I do enjoy it. And this is a keep. It was limited edition, and I really wish that I would have picked up the one that had the Space Cowboy in it, but by the time I decided to get them, that one was sold out, and I was really lucky that this one was still available because eventually this one did sell out too. Here is one of the minis that I kind of use a lot. This is the Naked 2 Basics. Oh gosh, try not to mess up my nail polish, but it's just like gonna happen. Okay. Here is a beautiful cool tone color story. I feel like this is a great, easy grab and go. I love that it's got a full range of light to dark. They're all workable colors. They're all pretty pigmented, even though they look like they might be light and dusty. They all work really great. And I appreciate having some brightening, like for the inner corner and brow bone, and blending shades that aren't quite as cool, that are a little bit more skin toned if you happen to have a lighter skin tone. And I just really appreciate the range of this palette. I think it's well done. The formula is great and I really enjoy it. It's great to travel. And I also love that you can just like run into a Macy's and pick this up. And you can also find it at Target inside the Ulta. You can find it at Ulta. And I think possibly at Sephora, maybe online. I don't know. But anyways, keeping this. Here's another one of the Naked minis that I have. This is the one that I like to pair with the large Naked Heat, which we'll get into here in a minute. We'll get into here in a minute over there when we get into that section, but I'm going to keep this. Here we've got a couple of my Violet Voss palettes that I have in my collection. I have never used the sunflower one. This one is like yellows and browns. I really need to do a video with this and check it out and share my impressions with you, even though it's not available anymore. Pretty sure I picked each of these up for about like $10 or $12 on sale. I got this at Sephora when it was being clearanced out, and I got this I think also at Sephora. Anyway, here is the Forget Me Not. I really enjoy the formula of Violet Voss, including their colorful eyeshadows, and I really like this palette. I will say that like this shade here and a couple of the teals or whatever and the orange remind me of some shades that I can get in the butterfly one that, what's it called? Like Take Flight. The Take Flight palette, which I can't remember now at this point if I kept it or decluttered it. I hope that I kept it, but I'm not sure. Anyway, do I really need this in my collection? I feel like I don't really need this in my collection because I have these kinds of blues, but maybe in a different formula or whatever. I am going to keep it. I'm also going to keep the sunflower. Here I've got a mini from Tarte, which is called the Let It Rainbow, and and here is how this one looks. It's really pretty and colorful, and I have only used, I think, this shade, these two shades. I want to give the whole palette a try, especially because they're mattes and colors. This kind of reminds me of one of those shades there in the Forget Me Not palette that I just showed you, but I'm going to keep this. It's a cute little colorful rainbow palette, and I'm a sucker for rainbow colorful things, so yeah. I also have this little tartlet that I picked up a super long time ago, and I haven't used it. I need to use it. This is the Tartlet Spark, and this is what the color story looks like. I think this is supposed to be a play off of the like pink one. I can't remember, the kind of like pink and purple one. I don't know. They're more like wearable pinks and purples, not bright pinks and purples. And I've done so much wearable pink and purple in my life, like in the past before I was into bright, bold, colorful shadows, that now when I do pink and purple, I want them to be more vibrant. And so like I want them to really pop, and Tartlet pinks and purples just don't do that. So I'm not sure if I'm going to enjoy this palette or if maybe I should declutter it. But I feel like I'm going to go ahead and give it a go, because if I end up liking the colors, this would be a great one to take with me when I travel, because it's so nice and small and it could fit in my makeup bag. So, all right, I ended up keeping every single one of these from this little row. Let's move on. Okay, I'm going to try not to jibber jabber as much about these, because this is going to be, they're dusty. So that's what I'm saying. I don't use, sorry. I had to blow the dust off of them. I don't even use these very much, and that's what's sad. But I'm just going to run through these kind of quick, because I already know real quick like how I feel about these particular ones. I don't need to, let me put the maybe back there. I don't need to specifically try to work through it or whatever. So I'm just going to kind of take them and show you. And I'm going to start with the Urban Decay, since we were just looking at Urban Decay a minute ago. So here I've got the Urban Decay Eternals. I am not really like a Marvels or whatever other kind of those action figure movies fan or whatever, but I liked the color story and the fact that it was like a really cool looking pop-up thing. Let me show you again. Like, I just thought that was so cool looking, you know? Anyways, I don't know what that's supposed to be in terms of the movie or whatever, but don't bump it, Michelle. Anyhow, I've never used this palette, which is a crying shame. I did get this on clearance for half off, so I only paid $32 for it, or $30 for it, not $60, so that's good. And then I believe I also ended up using some Ulta points, so I think I only got it for like $22 once it was all said and done, and I've never used it to this day, and I need to. And I know that it's got like great performance because I love Urban Decay shadows, and I was really, really, really drawn to it because of these 4 shades here. you know, because like I have these kinds of shades from ABH and Urban Decay and Tarte many times over, but I wanted to see what Urban Decay could bring me in this color range right here, because these four remind me of the very first Natasha Denona 10-pan palette. She's got those four shades in those too. Anyway, I'm going to keep this and use it. I'm going to put it on the chopping block for a maybe though, because if I end up not being super impressed with like the looks that I create from it, I'm probably just going to pass this on to somebody else that might enjoy it. So I'm going to put this in the maybe pile. Can't believe I'm going to put an Urban Decay palette in the maybe, but that's because it's not shaped like the Naked series. I like them when they're all stacked nice and neat together, you know, like I like them to be together in their shapes. So that's why I'm fine to declutter that one. Okay, let's try to do some quick fire. I was finally able to find out what all the hype was. I cut her dog hair stuck to the outside of this. I was finally able to find out what all the hype was about this eyeshadow palette, because I didn't have it the first time it came out, but I love this palette. I use it often, especially when I'm just like in a hurry and I need a really pretty neutral look, whether it's going to be smoky to go out and I don't know what to do, or I don't feel like messing around with a bunch of other palettes or figuring out what to use. I'll just reach for this palette and do something smoky, or I'll do like a light neutral everyday look. I love this palette so much. Now that it's gone, I kind of wish that I would have picked up two, but I knew that that would be ridiculous. So anyways, I'm just happy to have it in my collection. This is an obvious keep. So this is one of the more recent first impressions that I shared with you. This is the Urban Decay Cool version of the Eye Sculpt, or whatever it's called, Naked Shaped. And I haven't used every shade in here yet, but so far I really enjoy this palette. I think that I need to get more use out of it for sure. Here is the warmer tone version, and I haven't opened it yet and shared my impressions with you yet. Yeah, that's the warm one, and I need to. So I'm going to obviously be keeping both of these. Here is the Naked 3. I love this eyeshadow palette. This was my very first eyeshadow palette that I ever purchased for myself. Not this one, but the Naked 3 when it was out the first time around in Ulta. It was the first time that I had got into an Ulta, and it was the first time that I actually mustered up the courage to spend the amount of money that it cost to buy this palette. At the time, it was like $42. I think they're $50 now. Anyway, I love this palette. It's a beautiful, beautiful, smoky, mauve-y color story. And I don't know, I feel like it gives a lot of range, especially because it goes from light to dark. Some people might think that these shades are a little bit too similar or whatever, but it just depends on how you pair the shades together, if you want more contrast or not. I love this palette. I'm going to keep it. Spoiler, I'm going to be keeping probably all of my Naked palettes because I love them. I love the Naked series. I love my Urban Decay Naked palettes. This palette is a banger. Oh my God. I was not into warm tones up until the Natasha Denona I Need a Warm palette. So that made me fall in love with warm tones. But actually, I do remember loving this palette back when I first gave my first impressions on it before the I Need a Nude, but I forgot how much I loved this palette. So this wasn't the one that actually turned me on to warm tones in general overall. I think this was the one that opened me up to warm tones. I like the idea of them because I did enjoy the look of this so much when I first used it, but I forgot that I liked warm tones until I Need a Nude. I Need a Warm came out, and Natasha Denona really reminded me. But anyways, I'm keeping this palette. I love it so much. Here's another Urban Naked Decay. This is the Robin Eisenberg collab. A lot of people didn't really like this palette. I don't understand why. Like, these are all dream shades for me from Urban Decay. I am so happy to have these colors here in a Naked palette. I can't tell you. And I love every single look I've ever created with this palette. This is definitely a keeper. This is the palette that made me fall in love with yellow eyeshadow. Oh my gosh, I love this palette so much. It's honestly, I got this when it was being clearanced out. I got it for $22 at Ulta, I believe. And it's probably so old that I should get rid of it. But The thought of decluttering this palette makes me want to cry. It breaks my little heart, and I don't want to do that. As a matter of fact, I want to use this. So I'm keeping, obviously. Now this one I have stopped using because it's so old, but oh my God, this was one of my first palettes that I ever was like on pins and needles waiting for the release, because I had found out about this once I had gotten onto social media, and so I had heard about this before it was actually launched, whereas before I only found out about makeup once I was like perusing the aisles inside the store. So I never knew about like early info or anything like that, but this was one that I did know was coming out, and I was so excited about it. This is my favorite Urban Decay eyeshadow palette of all time. I love this color story so much. This palette, this color right here is, oh my God, I love it, especially paired with the purples. But even just like as a pop of a fun color with any of the neutrals or whatever, I love this palette so much. And honestly, maybe I should try using it again, even though it is so old and I have like not really considered it in my collection. I kind of considered it decluttered because it's so old, but I just couldn't bring myself to get rid of it because I just love having the whole collection. I was really thinking I was going to break up the collection and get rid of the palettes that I'm not using, but you know what? I'm keeping it. I love it so much. This is the Urban Decay Ultraviolet. Here we've got the Urban Decay Naked Cyber. I got this on clearance too for $20 and $22. And this is what the color story looks like. I can't believe I haven't used this yet because this is beautiful. This is a dream color story for me. I'm going to be filming my first impressions and create some looks. I love the packaging. I love the color story. I love that it's a naked palette. I love everything about it. Why haven't I used it? Because I'm too overwhelmed and I haven't had enough time. And then I, was ill for a little while and just all these things. So anyway, yeah, I am going to use this palette. I'm not getting rid of it. I got this at Belk when it was on clearance for $22 as well. What is it with the Urban Decays that go for $22? I'm not sure what that is for their clearance rack. But anyway, these are beautiful looking shades. I've never used it. I want to use it. I feel like these colors would look really pretty with my brown eyes. But not only that, I just love the really beautiful berry tones. This is like the Natasha Denona retro palette before the retro palette came out. This is a prized palette in my collection, even though I've never used it. So I hope that it doesn't let me down once I give it a try, but I doubt it. I mean, I seriously doubt it. I always have confidence in my naked palettes from Urban Decay. Sorry that I bumped the camera. I always just know that they're going to work and that they're easy, and that's why I love them so much. Anyways, plus I love the sleek shape of the packaging and how they all stay the same. I love that. I love me a good long-running series, okay? Everybody gives them a lot of guff for, naked this, naked that, but I love it. So anyways, I'm keeping the Urban Decay Naked Cherry. Here we've got the Urban Decay Metal Mania. You best believe I'm keeping this. This is Hollywood stars to me. This is like metal mania, like metal music. These are beautiful colors. This pop of gold is kind of basically like the modern day version of like the gold from this palette here. As a matter of fact, it's even more intense, as you can see that. But like that pop of something special right there is so fun to have in this palette, especially paired with like these purples or whatever, or even just the browns. But I really like having this more cool toned side, and I love this beautiful bright, like warm toned purple. It's kind of like a berry purple in the orchid purple range. Anyways, I absolutely love this palette. I love the browns and the black especially. Keeping. Okay, now here's one that I can get rid of. I'm not really a fan of the Urban Decay Naked Reloaded at all. I got it because it was supposed to be like a knockoff of the Sultry palette, and I was missing the Sultry palette so much. But you know what? I feel like that actually made me have a negative mindset towards the palette in general. That plus the fact that it doesn't have your typical naked packaging, it makes me not like it as much. Even though just looking at it on its own, I think it's a beautiful packaging. I like that it's puffy, and I like the palette itself. It's just, I don't like how it's not in the same shape as all the others. So that kind of bugs me. But I know I had just said that I was going to declutter this, but I think that now that I'm more into warm tones, maybe I should give this palette another try, because a lot of these shades do lean really warm on me, and that's what made me not really like it to begin with. But now that I'm into warm tones, I might actually appreciate this palette a lot more. I did get this one on clearance as well, but I think I got it from Macy's, if I remember correctly, a super long time ago. I'm going to go ahead and keep it, give it another try. Might as well just keep the whole fam together, right? Okay, and then so for my last Naked palette that I have here is the Naked Urban Decay Wild West. This is what my palette looks like. Now, for whatever reason, I don't know why I haven't really been drawn to this palette very much, but I did get a request not that long ago to create a look with it, and I said that I was going to. I'm so sorry I haven't done that yet, but it is still on my mental to-do list, and I'll be getting to that soon. As such, I'm definitely keeping this palette too. Okay, I need a quick little break. Okay, let me try to blow through my melt section. This should be easy. Melt Bad Side Zodiac Fire palette. Love this color story so much. These palettes perform so great. I picked them up for $10 each from Sephora on clearance, so I paid $40 for all of them. If I remember correctly, they were like $30 or $40 to begin with, which I felt was a little bit too high. Anyways, I picked up the whole collection for $40, and I'm so glad that I did. These are so great, and they're so fun to travel with, and I have taken them to travel with me. Even before I was into warm shades, I loved this palette because of the way that these shades are just so pop, that like they just pop so well, and the colors work so great together, and they look so beautiful. They're so richly pigmented. I love how pigmented Melt is. And so anyways, I love this palette a lot, and I'm keeping it. Here's the Bad Side Zodiac Earth. Also, great formula. Love how these perform together. Had a lot of fun creating looks with it. Keeping. Bad Side Zodiac Water. This is a lot like the Violet Voss Forget Me Not in a way, but I have used them side by side together. They complement each other really nicely. They're not exactly the same. They just go together nicely, because if you look, they have different formulas in different shades and stuff. And so anyways, they can be used really great together. So that being said, oh, wrong side. That being said, I'm keeping the water palette. Here we've got the Bad Side Zodiac Air. This is a real fun peachy pink and purple color story. This is a gorgeous shade. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to do a look with this really soon again, because I forgot how beautiful this color story is. Again, I love Melt's mattes, and I don't have a problem with their shimmers. Totally keeping. Okay, here we've got one of the palettes that I have not used yet. I got this on clearance for, I believe, $20. There's actual dust on the box. I'm not going to open it and look at it because, you know, what the palette looks like. It's really beautiful. I'm keeping this, and I got to do my first impressions on it. Same with this beautiful Rust palette. I'm also not going to show this one because I'm sure you know what this looks like if you're watching this video. You've probably seen this palette 1,000 times over, but it's one of my ones that I picked up in a stack of like 8 on clearance that I haven't finished working through because, again, I got overwhelmed with my collection, and life just became a huge distraction and impedance for me to keep doing my makeup on the daily and playing with videos. So anyways, I wanted to save it to do a first impressions with you here on my channel. So that's why I haven't used it yet, but I do plan on doing that soon. I'm keeping my Melt Rust. Here we've got one of my absolute favorite palettes in my collection, Melt Smoke Sessions. Look at those beautiful greens. Oh my god, they're so impactful. I love this palette. This is a standalone palette to me. I can create a variety of looks without pulling into any other palette at all. These are plenty of mattes for me to go either way or both ways with it. I love it so much. You can use all the shades together, or you can use this half and that half. Really love this palette. Keeping. Here we've got the Melt She's in Parties. Oh my gosh, this palette is absolutely stunning. I love these smoky, deep, mauvey, purpley shades. They're gorgeous. Really, really gorgeous. And I really appreciate that they included this more lighter shimmer here, as well as these more light lilac-ies. But these aren't as light as they look in the pan. They've got a little bit more of like a deeper, punchier, smoky effect. The whole palette really does. But I love this palette so much. It's great. And I'm definitely keeping She's in Parties. Absolute all-time favorite smoky palette, or one of them. Let me just lift it a little bit so we can see Miss Precious Thing over there. Pardon any mess that I might also be picking up in the background. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now that I've lifted it up so we can see Miss Precious Thing's little face over there, pardon me if you see any other mess in the background or whatever. But anyways, I absolutely love this smoky palette. This is one of my favorite smoky palettes in my collection and of all time. I love the hues. I love the level of pigmentation. I could do with some more matte, like some more lighter shimmers. Excuse me. Or even a light matte, one or the other, either a light shimmer or a light matte. These are really flaky shimmers and they're all kind of deep. So, I do feel like I can do standalone looks with this palette, but sometimes that was my Shih Tzu over here, like trying to take a deep breath with his little flat nose. Anyway, I do feel like sometimes I struggle wishing that I had other shimmers, and so sometimes I might reach into another palette to complete a look with this one, but I love the colors in here, and I know a lot of people weren't really happy with this palette. Some people really, really loved it as much as I do. A lot of people decluttered it, but I'm totally keeping this. Next up, we've got the Melt Fatally Yours with Bailey Sarian. I absolutely love this palette because it's all mattes and it's richly beautiful pigmented shades. I love, love, love the colors in here. I do feel like this is a standalone palette for me because I don't mind doing an all matte look, but I also feel like this is a great companion palette and it goes great with tons of other palettes in my collection. Keeping. Here we've got the Melt Millennial Pinks. I love this palette. I know a lot of people trashed this palette a lot, but I got beautiful looks out of this palette. I love this side. I love this side. I didn't have a problem with it at all. I paid $10 for this on the Melt website, if I remember correctly, as part of a huge clearance. And when I picked up a whole stack of their palettes, and so I think I picked up 10 or 12 palettes at one time once, and I've been slowly still working through them. Anyway. Here's the Gemini 2. I love this palette. I don't have any mold, it looks like. Or maybe I have the very beginnings of a little bit. If that ends up being mold and not like a mark, then I'm going to end up having to throw out the palette. But hopefully it's not, because I love this palette. And I'm going to keep using it. This palette did not get very much love in the beauty community when it came out. Electrip by Melt. I love it very much. I love the colorful tones in this palette. I will admit, I feel like the mattes were a little bit different. They felt a little bit more blendable and not quite as punchy, if I remember correctly. But the shimmers were also better. They weren't so flaky, but they're not quite as punchy as I would like them to be either. I haven't exactly tried them on a glitter glue though. I feel like it's about time that I pull this palette out and create some more fun, colorful looks. And especially for spring, a lot of these shades here will go great for spring, especially over here. So yeah, I'm going to definitely be keeping my Melt Electrip. I love the Melt Dark Matter. I got this for $22 on clearance. These all work really great. I will admit, I don't believe this is the same formula as their regular palettes, but it still works well enough for me, and I love the shades. I love the looks that I've gotten out of this palette, and I'm going to keep it. Here I've got the Gemini palette. Gorgeous, gorgeous color story. Looks so beautiful with my dark brown eyes, and you can't go wrong with either side of the palette. Mixing them or doing a look with either half, you can't go wrong. It's a beautiful color story, and I love the rich, deep mattes. The shimmers in here are nice too. They're not super flaky like the ones in the I was about to say Mud Vein, but that's not what it's called. Mary Jane. Mud Vein. Sorry, my mind is always on music. Anyway, What? Oh, the shimmers in here are not as flaky as in the Mary Jane. I love this palette so much like everybody else in the beauty community, and I'm absolutely keeping it. Here we've got another gorgeous color story, the 420 by Melt. Oh my God. The way that these colors make my brown eyes punch, especially when I have super dark brown hair. Now, right now I have blonde hair, so I'd be interested to see how these shades look on my light hair, like with, you know, okay, let me rephrase. I'd be interested to see how a look with this palette looks on me having light hair. That's what I was trying to say. So I feel like I need to pull this out and use it. I'm definitely keeping. Let me put some of these away before they like fall and break, because oh my God, I would be devastated. I don't even think you can get all of these anymore. Okay, here is the Muerte palette. I really wish I had the other half, but I don't. Here is this gorgeous color story. You know I'm keeping this. And I actually use this one a lot. This is one of my most reached for Melt palettes. I often will go for these like really deep shades. I don't often use the shimmers very much, but I do use the deep mattes. Keep. Oh, another one of my most favorite blue palettes in my collection. I love the blues over here. I could do without these browns. Like I would be fine with having more shades of blue over here. Not teals, but more blues. I would have been a lot happier with this palette if that was the case. But I do enjoy the palette the way that it is. It's nice to have these neutrals, and you like, for a lot of people like to mix the brown and the blue. You can get a really stunning look combining the two sides of the palette, and you can also get like a super blue look and a super neutral look. So I feel like this palette really does provide a lot of range because of the fact that they add these neutral shades in it. So that being said, I personally would have appreciated more blues, like I said, but I do like the way that it is, the way that they made it, and I'm keeping it. It's a great blue palette. Now here's a Melt palette that I feel like I could easily declutter. This is the Melt 27. Every time I think about it, I feel like it's real boring, but then I open it up and look at it and I'm like, these mattes, are you kidding me? They're gorgeous. I think the problem is that they only have these two shimmers and they're just kind of like meh. They're not very impactful, and they kind of like blend into the other shades. And so they're just not very va-va-voom in the look once you get it all said and done. But if you combine this palette with some other palette where you have shimmers that would correspond nicely to these mattes, I think that would work great. I was thinking that maybe I would declutter this one, but I'm going to go ahead and keep it. And that gets us through the last of this section. Now I need to film my Natasha Denona and Pat McGrath section, but that probably isn't going to happen today. I've got to go run some errands and stuff, so I'm going to try to get this little segment edited before I get that next part filmed, so that once that last part is filmed, I can just edit it and add it to all the other edited sections that I've already filmed, and then get it up and published for you finally. I'm so sorry for the delay. Again, I have no idea what order I'm going to be uploading these segments in, so I don't know what part of the video you're hearing this little piece of the conversation in, but either way, it still pertains. Okay. Time for a break.